Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Mr. Bepic stream. It's Saturday, so hopefully, if you've been following me at least a little bit, you know what that means. It's time for my second high school showcase. Last week was a great beginning. Had two phenomenal show matches, a Game 7 tossed into the mix in those pair of best of sevens, but tonight is even bigger. 5 hours of show matches and a podcast style segment in between the best of sevens I have planned for tonight. It's going to be a good evening. I'm Mr. Bepic for those that are a little less keen than others, but I'm happy everyone is here tonight for a wonderful evening of high school Rocket League. Starting off, I'm just going to throw the schedule up there. I usually forget to pop this up there, but here's the schedule for the evening because it's a little bit different than usual. So 4 best of 7 show matches, that is similar, but we're starting an hour early tonight. It's 6 Eastern time right now, 5 Central, all the way down the line. It's an hour earlier than I am typically live, and that's because we started out with a lot of teams that were interested in competing tonight, but had a couple drop out, and that's okay. But we filled it with a new segment. We're starting off with Jordan High School versus Noble High School out of Utah and Oklahoma, respectively. And then moving on to North Carolina Homeschool versus Ohio Virtual Academy. Ohio Virtual Academy is returning from last week as they competed and swept their way to a victory in one of the show matches. And then at ADST, you don't see it on the schedule right now, but I'm trying something new in that slot. I used to run this podcast style show called State of the SCL for the Southeastern Esports League, collegiate regional league that I'm involved with. And this is going to be kind of similar to that, where I have different segments and I'll be talking about different topics like high school esports as a whole, collegiate esports as a whole, the college recruitment process, what you high school players can be doing to help increase your odds of finding scholarships with esports, and that general sort of thing. It's something I'm trying. You know, if it doesn't go well, I won't do it again, but I thought it might be interesting, and it helped fill a slot after I was having trouble getting teams perfectly lined up according to their work schedules, their availability schedules, whatever it was. So that'll be interesting. We'll get to that when we get there, though. But after that podcast style segment, we got Forsyth Central High School from my home state of Georgia against Grand Forks Central High School, all the way up in North Dakota. I think that might be the widest length between the two teams. Maybe Jordan and Noble are further apart. So I'd have to pull up a map, which I coincidentally forgot to create for this week, unfortunately. But after Grand Forks Central versus Forsyth Central, Eagen High School and Shorian Esports from Lakeshore High School will be competing to cap the night off. A little Midwest-style battle. Minnesota and Michigan taking it out on each other in our 10 p.m. Eastern time slot. But we're getting going here in just a couple minutes with our first show match. Hello, Jessica William. How's it going? Thanks for tuning in. It's going well so far. We've got almost everybody in the lobby at the moment. We're waiting for everybody to get in, but we're very close to getting started. And of course, in typical Bepic stream fashion, I have forgotten to set up the overlay, so please excuse my typing really quickly as I get that sorted. I don't want to have to do that while game 1 is going. Yeah, Super Sub return. Destroyer Cap giving everybody a sneak peek as to what's happening during the Ohio Virtual Academy series. Shout out to Destroyer Cap for popping in, helping his team out as they were short a player, and helping me out as I hadn't planned on giving Ohio Virtual Academy another slot in my showcase, but I needed a fill. They stepped in to help out for that next series, so that's gonna be a fun one once we do get to it. But Jordan High School and Noble High School. Two teams around the GC2 level. So this is a fairly high quality match, and cross-platform is off. So I'm just sorting through that while I'm talking. That's the one downside to solo casting, is when I have to do production stuff while I'm talking, the quality's gonna suffer here. So please just excuse me for 1 second as we are getting this lobby in just a moment. Cross-plat, I swear, alright, we're good. The Rocket League settings, it's so hard to navigate through when you're looking for one specific thing. Just give me just 1 second. I'll put the schedule back up. Turn the music up a little bit. That way, it's not just me staring at the screen. Alright, we got that sorted. I think the synthwave though, that is a very vibey way to get into this. It's not fast paced, but it sounds good. I like it. Everything's good. Cross-platform is in. It's not often you get a player on console that's up at this level playing competitively. So, alright. Let's get into this thing. Jordan High School versus Noble High School. And, okay, we had a player pop out for a second, but they are back. So now we're actually getting into things. Jordan High School versus Noble High School. What a fine Saturday night for some high school Rocket League. Best of 7 show match between these two squads, and I'll run through the graduation years as well, as that is important for those that might be looking to recruit some of these top-notch players. As on the Jordan High School side, we have Azrael, the captain of Jordan, graduating in 2026, and then rest in peace, graduating in 2025, so a senior this year. Getting ready to start their senior year, but it's Ike the Tyke scoring first. Actually subbing in for tonight. I don't have their graduation year, unfortunately. I can get that a little bit later if anybody is interested in learning that. But Ike the Tyke is scoring first. Jordan, off the bat, found early pressure from the opening kickoff and didn't look back from that. And now Maidenless Man tossing that ball backwards at Flowers, and that is a jump scare and a half if Flowers was not prepared for that ball. Well, it works out. Noble playing a good bit of defense at the moment. Doing terribly bad outside of conceding that one quality shot that didn't result in the opening goal here. Starting to settle in just a little bit. That was a nice passing play. Jordan almost connected with. Zalo will field the ball with the flip reset. Clean shot on target. That's the piece though. At home on the goal line. Saved that ball away. But Zalo, the captain of this Noble High School roster out of Oklahoma, getting that ball center. Applying pressure. Jordan at the moment is a graduate of 2026 captains in this lobby. Juniors, at least starting their junior year of high school. I don't know how many schools have started their school year just yet, because I know in the southeast where I am, a good bit of schools have come out of summer vacation and are back before the fall. But I know about Oklahoma and Utah, a bit out of my region. But over on that Noble High School side as well, Flowers, graduate of 2025, also a senior in the lobby, and Maidenless Man, a junior as well, alongside Cruzelo. So, all upperclassmen Except for maybe Ike. I don't know what year Ike is. So everyone playing in this lobby. Maybe looking for collegiate opportunities going forward. And I appreciate the offer, Jessica. But I do all my graphic design. Not looking for any outside help at the moment. Thank you, though. That is an open net. Azrael popping another goal into the back of the Noble High School net. Flowers taken out. And that was a fully open net as Cruzelo tried to get back. But quick to react to that. Noble High School. Sorry, Jordan High School. Quick to react to that. Heads up Rocket League. Grabbing themselves a second. A little precarious. Azrael having to play that ball off their back wall, but we get it away. Over towards Rest in Peace. Side, Azrael, another one on target. Tough save. Made by Cruzelo. Making their presence known on both sides of the pitch, though that is a double commit. Helped out a little bit by Flowers as third man being prepared for that situation. Setting that ball clear, but Rest in Peace has won that ball clean at the midfield line. Set up more offense now for Jordan. Space given here either. Azrael at the midfield line, putting some pressure on the defense. They do well. Now find themselves a counterattack. Rest in Peace, though. Salvage what could have been a bad situation with that poor first touch, but get back to it. Collecting from the defensive half. Rest in Peace still applying pressure. Jordan look very threatening in counterattack mode so far. Not too shabby themselves. I mean, definitely a lot fewer opportunities in game one relative to their counterparts on the opposite side of the pitch. But still have yet to put their opening goal in, but the Mainless Man will provide one with just about 60 seconds left here. Rest in Peace, and Azrael caught out. Ike the Tyke dove in his third man, tried to salvage the situation. But unfortunately, couldn't get a piece of the ball. 2-1. Game one getting a bit more interesting, especially Cruzelo. Kickoff. Almost finding a second equalizer. And this could be going the other way, a 2v1. Flowers and Cruzelo moving together, but that flick a little flub. Rest in Peace. The ball the opposite way. Side and Azrael moves that pass and clear the zone. Set up Rest in Peace for a lobber on target. It's just a little bit high here. Noble has it all to do. Down a goal. 20 seconds left. Cruzelo is the player I think you want on the ball, and for good reason. What a shot out of the corner. Cruzelo's going to tie us up with 15 seconds left. And what a statement from the captain of Noble High School. Been playing down this entire game. Well, down or tied 0-0. Nowhere. In the waning moments, they might just steal this. Maidenless Man will poke that ball around Azrael. Flick it over Ike. Try to put it mid, but Flowers did not feel comfortable going for that ball. And now Azrael has a chance the other way off the back wall. Ike the Tyke will pop it up, give Rest in Peace an opportunity, but that 50-50 is handily lost by Jordan. And they will be sent back the other way and sent into overtime. Get the first opportunity. Ike the Tyke, super sub. Moving down the sideline, giving Rest in Peace an opportunity to play that ball up. Cruzelo does very well to get that ball away. Will not have a frantic beginnings to overtime type of goal. Instead, we'll settle in, get both teams going through their defensive rotations. Truly, which team can put together the best looking opportunity in extra time. It looks like Noble so far have the honors of that title, but great defense by Rest in Peace will keep us playing OT in game one. Rest in Peace, no boost. We'll see what they can do. Ton They have flipped the field here, giving Azrael opportunity to double. But they hadn't been interfered with by the defense, just getting in the way of his path, that double. Backboard, open for business. Azrael low on boost. Maidenless Man there to steal the game for Noble. The Oklahomans will take game one. Coming back from being down by a pair of goals for a good chunk of this game. Noble will win 3-2 in overtime. And what a good start. It's strange. Both high school showcases so far have started with the first series going to a game one overtime. And this one, I mean, as close as it gets. 9 shots apiece, 5 and 6 saves. I mean, that is tight competition so far. And truly, at the high school level, I said this last week, and I'll probably say it again a couple of times tonight, but I really don't know how these series are going to go until I actually get into it. Both teams did supply ranks for me, and fairly accurate ranks. I should have written those down as well. Let me pull those up. That way you do know, and I'm sure you can tell kind of in what area players are at. But since Noble High School were able to take game one, Cruselo, GC3, but his 2 teammates around the high champ level. And I mean, it's been Flowers and Maidenless Man taking off at times and elevating Noble High School. That one actually glanced off a defender and popped in the net. I think I saw 72 miles per hour. It was a heater, no doubt. Cruselo, I mean, at times doing the heavy lifting, but this is a complete Noble High School roster that will have their lead taken away immediately. It was 4 in a row goals scored for Noble until Rest in Peace just stole that ball from the defense and put in the equalizer. Jordan finding a way back. These guys around a similar level, like a high GC1, low GC2. And from what I can tell, I think Azrael is leading the charge. I didn't get exact ranks from them, just a team average. Either way, pace with Noble at the moment. The Cruzelo's in a 1v1 with a chance to take the lead. And you bet he's going to take it. 2-1. Flowers bumped Azrael to just delay his rotation back a little bit. And he gave Cruzelo enough time to capitalize on what was a 2v1, but took that 1v1, and it shows you the confidence that he is playing with at the moment. That's a big clear, though, for Rest in Peace. And a center ball as well. Azrael not playing that pass, playing more of the close corner position, waiting for a light touch, not quite the heat that one had on it. Either way, Jordan will back off. The defensive rotations at the moment are very chaotic, and Noble High School will be on top of it. Taking themselves a 3rd goal here. That's Maidenless Man. Little air roll shot. Rearing back before firing on an exposed net. Well done. 90 seconds in. Oh, we'll find their 3rd. And they find it in about a 3rd or half the time. I suppose it'd be a little bit wider. 90 seconds as opposed to the 6.5 minutes I think we saw in game 1. I'll let you guys do the math. You're the ones still in school. There's a 4th. Flowers from the heavens above, slamming that shot down. That sidewall 50-50 taken by Cruzelo. Perfect. Sets his teammate up for success. I mean, Noble High School putting Jordan High School in a bit of a tizzy. 5-1 now off kickoff. Noble going to put another one in. And okay. For a team that started off down 2 goals, Noble High School sure have flipped things. That is now 8-1 aggregate since going down by those two. It's great Team Rocket League from all 3 members of Noble. Pop ball. Invites Noble in another clean shot. Flowers has his shooting boots on tonight. That is unconventional, but it works. The amount of height that Flowers generated there with his front wheel. Very impressive. A Texas-sized hat trick for the Oklahoman. On 3 shots, mind you. Ucelo's gonna put another one in. He's shooting 100%. And I don't often do this, but I feel the need, after this replay, which I think I would want me to skip. But look at that. Flowers is shooting above 100%. Cruzelo's shooting 100, and the Maidenless Man, a measly 50%. What a game. Noble having themselves an outing here. That's what these kinds of series are for. Showing your stuff. There are people out there that are keen to watch what high schoolers are capable of in esports. There's scholarships at most levels of competitive gaming now, which is awesome to see. Every moment you get, you're playing at that high school level. Gotta be showing off what you're capable of, and I mean, even at the collegiate level as well. Transfer scholarships and thing as well. Jordan, down in this one, 90 seconds left. I think it's going to be difficult to make that 6-goal comeback happen. But hey, keep fighting. That is just as useful a trait in a player as a double flip reset musty capabilities. There's a chance here. Put that ball out of the corner towards Ike the Tyke, but even though Noble High School's got a 6-goal lead in hand, they aren't slowing down themselves, though. Jordan High School spreading the defensive resources thin, and that is what goes in. What happened here? Flowers, I think, was expecting Ike the Tyke to get an extra touch on that, and was forced to play awkwardly on the goal line. Fair enough. 7-2. Take us out of Brazil territory. 7-3 could put us into comeback watch, but I don't know about that anymore. Rest in peace for a double. Now Cruzelo's not even good of a chance at that. Even despite what Rest in Peace had in the boost tank, and that's more good defense. Playing around one another. Noble High School looking just as good on their goal line right now as they did in offense to start us off. But Jordan High School is going to get one back again. I don't think 7-3 is exactly dangerous territory here. But hey, it shows the fight these guys out in Utah have in them. Decided to fourth in store. Nope, that clear should do it. Noble High School is going to take a 2-0 series lead. This one a bit further apart than our game 1 overtime. Looks like a couple of card changes coming in, perhaps. Look at that. I mean, 8 goals on 7 shots. Impressive. What would that be? 87.5% shooting out of Noble there? It isn't often that you get that level of offense. And I mean, for Jordan, they actually outshot Noble High School there by almost double, which is not impressive. I mean, good when you're considering offensive productivity, but when you look at the actual scoreboard at the end of the game, not so good. Though I think a good bit of those shots came in the final 90 seconds or so when Jordan got their feet underneath them offensively. But you look at the shot tallies without knowing the score of the game or having watched it, then it's not so good. That's all right, though. It's momentum going into the next game. Crazy game so far indeed, Cole. A tight overtime, as close as you can get it. And that's countered by a 7-3 game number 2. And perhaps at the start of game 3, Jordan High School goal. That'll be a clear maidenless man. Pushing back on the early surge of offense that Jordan have pressed forward with. Not real. Opportunity now. The back wall, maidenless man forced into action quickly. Bump Ike the Tyke, so the shot for the substitute. Zalo, calm as ever. The ball away, but not away enough. That shot just a little bit wide. Sets up Azrael for a ball on frame that he somehow rebounds in after it glanced off both posts. Sorry, just one post. Maidenless man played it off the woodwork. And then Azrael was somehow prepared for that bounce to send the ball right back into the path of his car. Now rest in peace, there's a big opportunity in a 1v1. Good 50 to set up Ike. That Psycho can't quite beat Flowers back. Good defense out of Noble. You watch game 1. No early lead against Noble High School is safe. So this is good early pressure out of Jordan. But Flowers, what a shot. Flying every which way. Perfectly putting that ball on target. And Ike the Tyke had no boost to get back in its way. One. Comeback made a bit earlier by Noble High School than we saw in game 1, and they're taking the lead. This team strikes fast. This Noble roster. Flowers, a clean beat to the back wall. Maidenless man was there, ready for the putback. It's easy offense as Jordan was not set in defense. Real. Sitting in the Octane, I think they were in, sitting in the Fennec. And that car change, doing them well. As they'll put in the equalizer. Captain now shooting 2 for 2 in game 3. Just a nice ground pin shot. It got through a tight window that Noble High School provided. Side, clean pass, Azrael fiending for those ground pinches. Up for the defense as well. They aren't just done with time spent on the ball. They want more. Ike setting up rest in peace, but this time the defense does get in the way. All the way back to that blue corner we go. Azrael says no longer. Put the ball over the midfield line. Sets up the Jordan High School defense to get going again. By Flowers. Ball put right back into the orange box and in. Jordan High School will take their lead back off of a sidewall shot by Ike the Tyke. Azrael putting their body on the line to clear space for that shot. Still got plenty of time left here in game 3, but Jordan, I'm sure, happy to see themselves fighting back. In game 1, took an early lead, but Noble strung together an impressive streak of goals found that bled into game 2. It was pretty dominant for Noble. But here Jordan going back and forth and now finding themselves a 2-goal lead. Cruzelo apologizing in chat. And yeah, he just gave that up to rest in peace. Ageless man. Hung out to dry right there, but it's alright. Make mistakes. It's part of the game. That's how you respond to them. Cruzelo tried to immediately get back up on the horse, but played defensively by Jordan High School. Set up their offense again. 70% field domination by Jordan in this one. They've been making it difficult for Noble to just get shots on target. I mean, at this point in game 2, Noble had already put up 5 or 6, but held just 3 at the moment. And Azrael's trying to put another one up on the board for Jordan. Cutting through that Noble defense and still at it. Stole boost in the corner. Couldn't finish the play off. Any kind of opportunity, really. Noble High School did a good job of keeping that ball relatively harmless position. Side wall, the corners. Talk about dangerous. Azrael looking scary out in front of the Noble net. 50 seconds left here, and Jordan not out of the woods yet. We saw how lethal Noble High School's offense can be, especially in transition. Making a late surge happen to force OT in game 1 before winning it. Sure, Jordan is trying to avoid a similar fate. This man to the back wall. Is there a shooter? Yep, Cruzelo outside, looking in. Peering at the shooting lane that developed for him. Flowers went up for it too, but bailed out of it, realizing what kind of opportunity Cruzelo had. Jordan High School's defense just was all kinds of scattered in that corner. And now, I mean, Jordan High School fans got to be thinking, here we go again, as Cruzelo has the ball in the corner. Puts it off the ceiling for Flowers, but Azrael clean in defense to push that ball away. Like the type to supply a clear to waste precious seconds. And maybe get this 2-goal lead of Jordan High School over the finish line with some style, mind you. He'll find himself a 5th goal for the team. Rest in peace. Set him up. Well, finish the play off, and that should seal things, you would think, for Jordan High School. It was made close in the waning moments, but Noble High School couldn't find gold in that counterattack, and Azrael shows them how it's done, gives it to Rest in Peace, who then plays it off of a redirection off Azrael's Fennec. That's unbelievable. Of no consequence ultimately, but hey, I'll give him a style point. Make it unofficially 7-3. Match that game 2 scoreline that Noble ran away with. And either way, great recovery game out of Jordan. 6-3 with an asterisk. 11 shots to 7. All around, Jordan stepped up. They controlled possession so much better that game. And the playmaking of Rest in Peace and Azrael especially were phenomenal. I mean, the captain, I don't know if I left the scoreboard up there long enough, but nearly 100% goal participation. Shot 4 for 4 with an assist. Dropped on that pile of production. Azrael had himself a game. And that will get that will get Jordan back on their horse here, with an opportunity to level the series up in game 4. Get out to the side. Lead to a race that Ike the Tyke will win. School, who granted the first real possession of the game. But ultimately, not a ton is done with it. It's good defense by Crusalo and company. Turned into an incredible counterattack down the line. Look at this flick. Whoa. A little kiss off the post for good measure. Crusalo looking good tonight. Azrael's got a chance to answer back here. Of course, a double commit. That clears space for Rest in Peace. That's a big clear. Right, the Tyke has no boost. We'll put this out to the side, and that was dangerous as Flowers had that play kind of tracked, but the pace of that ball was enough to get Jordan High School out of danger. But for how long? The Maidenless Man quiet for a little while, and with a name like the Maidenless Man, you were expected to be a little bit loud. That's a miss. Oh dear. Ike the Tyke on cleanup duty at the moment and performing his role admirably. Rest in Peace was able to do enough to get that defense a little bit lacking in positioning and resources. Ike the Tyke, super sub Ike the Tyke, has been so good about being in position to finish opportunities so far in this series. With how good Azrael and Rest in Peace have looked when setting up plays, that's a good spot to be in, but now you're down again. Cruzalo and Flowers combining for another go-ahead goal out of Noble. As Rest in Peace and Ike the Tyke both up, but no one coming down with any piece of that ball. You want to talk about cleanup duty? Where Noble found themselves a second goal, but Azrael, double tap opportunity missed. Ike the Tyke just off target. Give Rest in Peace just one more opportunity to slot that ball. Just keep hammering away, and eventually that nail will go in. Jordan leveling us up here 2 apiece. Cruzalo again putting those back out in front. What a flip reset! Oh my! Some style included with that go-ahead goal. Cruzalo has ascended. Yep, Real Albedo popped into chat, and that was enough to infuse the Oklahomans to get them a go-ahead goal. Cruzalo can add to it now. 2 jumped for it, but Rest in Peace found a good chunk of that one. Jordan found themselves a piece of offense for a moment. Didn't have to retreat. Azrael, flip reset, no good. Damage has been done. Rest in Peace setting up Azrael for a subsequent opportunity that will get us tied up again. Cruzalo, as phenomenal as he has been tonight, does end up missing that backboard read, and it was a difficult one. That will put the equalizer in off kickoff. Set up Jordan High School again. Flowers bobbing and weaving around blue cars. Ike the Tyke, good couple of 50s. And now looking to get back for a shot. Did double commit with Rest in Peace right there, but it works. Rocket League is an improviser's game. That improvisation only keeps Jordan playing offense, not so much putting shots on target. That's a nice pinch off the back wall. Azrael there for the cleanup, but Flowers there like a brick wall on the goal line of Noble High School. Make sure we stay tied at 3 apiece. Azrael on the side. has been doing a very good job of using their mechanics and those deft touches to set up possession for Jordan High School. They have done well to capitalize on possession for the most part. And they're very good at just hammering that net with shots. There's another. That'll be the 7th of the game for Jordan High School. Noble sitting at 4. This man could make it 5. Defense had too much manpower in the way. Demo. Here's a lane. Is there a shot taken? Yes, but the defense of Noble got back as Jordan High School is too slow to react. And here, again on the goal line, Noble High School at home. It's getting precarious, but Noble finding a way to stay alive. Azrael can't flip back into that ball. Flowers had it laid at their feet. He panicked a little bit. Playing it off their crossbar, but hey, it works. Can't complain too much when it does ultimately result in a clear. Now Cruzelo set up the maidenless man for some time on the ball. Don't just bang it clear, and no one's home. Rest in peace. Let's get back in the nick of time, but damage is done. Another shot on target. Noble setting themselves up for one last gasp in regulation. The maidenless man can't beat Ike the Tyke, though. In overtime, looking like the most likely outcome. The ball will stay up. Maidenless man trying to ground it. Called their captain into action. And we will get that ball to dirt. Big overtime here. Cruzelo nearly won it. Yeah, 10-15 extra boost in hand. Could have been game 4 done and dusted, but we play on. Noble High School won the only other overtime we've seen in this series. They could win it here. Maidenless man off the back wall. Find Azrael. Ooh, with some help from Rest in Peace, we'll get the ball away. Zalo. Greatest control off the back wall, but seems himself. Gets some space. Flicks it on target. Rest in Peace comes up with a big block. The extra seconds of game 4. No winner in sight. Both sides have been good in counterattack mode. Ike the Tyke almost showed you an example of that. Opportunity. Cruzelo, but shot does find a defender on the goal line. Center ball. A little reckless as it results in a great save by Cruzelo, but a close opportunity to win game 4 for Jordan High School. There's another. Flowers. Awake on the goal line. Even more so now. Cruzelo the same. It doesn't count as a save, but that would have been his 4th. Maidenless man. Out of the corner. Puts the ball mid. For Azrael to relieve pressure from his team. And we will keep going back and forth. I appreciate the follows tonight, everybody. If you aren't already followed, then just watching is support enough for me to be happy. But if you want to keep up to date with the collegiate show matches, the high school show matches I run, feel free to drop a follow. It is always appreciated. That is a game winner! Jordan High School taking things 2.5 minutes into OT, and Cruzelo just expected his team to get one extra touch on that ball to at least keep the ball in play in the offensive zone, but he had that ball slammed over his head, and Jordan find themselves tied back up again in our set. 4-3, Overtimes being split either way. Both teams have had themselves a blowout game. And Cruzelo, dropping a hat trick, 4 saves, but unfortunately it's not enough. It's a team effort on the other side. Rest in Peace absolutely led the charge, but everyone scoring, I think everyone assisting. Audio static, thank you, Dark. I appreciate that. That does happen, thanks to OBS. Let me adjust that real fast. If you are new to the stream, if that does end up happening, and it will happen with Discord audio later when I have some co-casters on stream, please let me know, as Dark just did. Much appreciated. I need all the help I can get to run these streams as smoothly as they do run. Sometimes. Not always the most smooth. You get what I'm saying. We do what we can. Ike, stepping up. Establishing a rhythm for Jordan. Some possession. Maybe. First blood right there. Azrael had to react quickly. Put that ball on target. Didn't do so. Now required in defense. The first man up, but it's the other two that can't get the job done. Rest in Peace didn't have boost. Ike the Tyke didn't get a great touch on that. And Noble High School find themselves up first. They drop game 4 in overtime, but aren't too phased by that fact. Looking to score a second now. 2 went for that ball. Maidenless Man did a good job of timing their challenge and is a third man without a ton of boost in hand. That is a perfect decision. Great touch right there. Got underneath it with power. Forced a low-ish boost back line of Jordan to jump and make a mistake. Gave your teammate an opportunity to finish the play off. 2-0. Noble jumping out in front early on. Jordan with an opportunity to show what kind of comeback potential they have. Trying to get themselves going in counterattack mode. Rest in Peace. Off the back wall. Find a second touch. Instead, it's a great ball from Flowers that interfered with by the defense of Jordan High School. Postured way up at that midfield line. The play pans out. Keep fighting for possession in that midfield third. Maidenless Man taking it away, but Azrael had that play read. Might be done. Rest in Peace, same deal. Tracking back as third man. Stop Noble in their tracks. Can Noble do the same? You bet they can. Prevent that from being a first goal on the board for Jordan. Just as Azrael prevent that from being a third for Noble. Using every last drop of boost that they've got in their tank. Just try and get that ball mid, but it's fielded by the Maidenless Man. Still though. Playing turn-based Rocket League. You get your opportunity in counterattack mode, see how many shots you can glean from it. And we'll get ours. It's fun to watch. I love the ebb and flow of this type of game. Where both sides have their opponents read well enough to break through the midfield structure. It isn't being easily set up. An opportunity maybe. Azrael could commit on it. This definitely can be committed on. Azrael going to cherry pick that. I think it was in regardless. Ike the Tyke having their goal snatched is a demo plus 2 players moving up for Noble High School. Spells a bit of disaster for them, but benefit have an insurance policy of a two-goal lead. Less than 2 minutes left. Noble will still be out in front, and they will keep themselves out in front. The Maidenless Man getting a third goal here, taking advantage of awkward play in the corner by Azrael. Just fires a bullet on target. Corner ball intercepted by Azrael. It's nicely done by the Maidenless Man. Ish. It started out nice, but the play ended up on the wrong side of nice for Noble. Azrael, clean shot from the corner, beat everybody there on the Noble High School goal line. And just like that, Jordan High School pull it within one again. This is a good opportunity to tie things up. Ike the Tyke, what do you have for us? Nothing, says Flowers. A confident challenge there off the ceiling. I love how many players at a good chunk of the ranking levels of Rocket League are feeling confident to go off the ceiling. I don't know, that's something I enjoy doing. It's just fun. If you can get used to flipping in the air off the ceiling, it's fun to challenge like that. Oh, that's a skim and a half. Rest in peace. Forcing Ike the Tyke to backtrack just a little bit, but Ike does well. Beats two. So plays the ball right at the Maidenless Man. Finds one beat. Makes it a second as well at the midfield line, but the third is what ends that potential swapping of possession. Really results in Azrael almost tying us up with 30 seconds left to play. Just in peace. Collecting this with boost. Doesn't contend with the Maidenless Man. Yet Jordan High School find themselves an escape route, but that demo could very well seal this game. It clears a lane for Cruzelo, who puts Game 5 on ice. It's only fitting the captain steps up and puts in the goal that will very likely give Noble High School match point. Azrael not in a good spot to flip that kickoff into offense, so it is secured. Noble win Game 5, and will take us into Game 6 with a series lead. I'm going to make sure those are card changes, just in case. I always tell everyone they're best of sevens, but I do have some teams that will forget that in the heat of the moment. So we're all good to go. And I'm glad to see, well, did I get all the stats? Yes, I did. Okay. Cruzelo, again, producing. 2 goals on 2 shots. Toss, a couple of saves in there as well. He has certainly been the leader for his team. And this is the kind of player that eyes, I think, are automatically drawn to, especially at the collegiate level. Like, I'm a collegiate scout myself, being a coach for Huntington College. And so you see a player like that that's consistently producing throughout a series. And his teammates are having good games as well. The Maidenless Man and Flowers are putting in goals. It's not like they're dead weight. But Cruzelo is leading his team, because I just joined the lobby. Alright, I think we're good though. And Albedo is on top of things. See, that's why I host this, right there. Albedo, thank you for being a collegiate coach that's watching these matches, looking for players. I appreciate that. I say like it's like it was pretty. That's where I'd like to go with this showcase series. There should be collegiate scouts watching this. Albedo keeping his eyes peeled. It makes sense. Noble High School, I don't think is too far from the University of Oklahoma. Albedo, you know the geography, I'm sure, better than I do, but I was looking at a map earlier today, and it's not too far outside of Norman. Yeah, okay. So it makes sense. I'm glad you're here. I would love to see these talent pipelines develop. Being an SEL fan, I would love to see Cruzelo leading the charge for the Sooners at some point. We'll see where these players end up, but at the moment, in the present, they are fighting for their show match lives, especially those Utahnians? Utahnians? What are people from Utah called? You know that. Utes? I need some help. But, especially Jordan High School, they are fighting for their show match lives here. Down a game here in game 6. And Cruzelo trying to make them play awkwardly. Ike has no boost, but has to get back for a hit here. Cruzelo, secondary touch is good. Find a redirection there. So Jordan High School get themselves out of dodge. Maidenless Man and Cruzelo put them right back into it. That is a nice flip reset. Flowers off the back wall. Got the Maidenless Man to jump. That jump will be unsuccessful. Let's cut back in rotation. Enough though, rest in peace. Picks out a shooting lane and makes the most of it. Cruzelo. Not a great touch off the sidewall there. That allows a free shot for Jordan, and rest in peace hasn't been missing out tonight. Rest in peace. Denied by the Maidenless Man. And yes, Albedo, he is still a junior. Cruzelo is. Nasreal, is that you in chat? Talking? You gotta stay locked in, man. I'm not saying that's an immediate reason why this goal was conceded. I think Ike and rest in peace got a little tangled up there with each other on the side wall. But for those that may be tuning in late for this series, we got juniors and seniors in the lobby here tonight. Rest in peace, a junior. Sorry, rest in peace, a senior. Flowers also a senior. They got one more year left of high school. But the rest of them are juniors. And Ike the Tyke, I actually don't know what year they are. They were a last-minute addition to the Jordan High School roster. For this show match, at least. I didn't catch their graduation year. Either way, Jordan finding a lead now with 2 minutes left to play. That mid-ball is taken by Flowers and put in an open net. What an interception by Noble. The Maidenless Man is AFK, it looks like. Not sure what happened there. If they just knew that that was Flowers' ball and so they stayed still. Well, what's happening at the moment? They are back. All right. No harm done, except Cruzelo has missed. So a little bit of harm done. Seen that too often tonight, just put in an awkward spot. Chose to turn upfield as opposed to turning back towards net. And that aggressive decision ends up costing Noble High School a chance to take the lead right now. We'll need 2 more for that, and rest in peace. Not keen on granting it. Zalo, touch. Sazrael in an awkward spot. Zalo almost got one back. Flowers, mid-ball. Has set up the Maidenless Man. No, Cruzelo. For a shot on that was never really credited, but it was a pair of decent looks for Noble High School. They will not end up converting. That ball was 95% of the way in. And somehow, Noble didn't score. How did Jordan keep that out? Rest in peace, can do something wild here. Didn't have the boost for it. So it's another opportunity for Noble High School. Cruzelo goes high with the ball. Sets up the maidenless man. That's a little bit to be desired, that shot. Demo opening things up for Rest in Peace. Might send us to Game 7. There's still 36 seconds left on the clock, but Jordan High School have put themselves in a great position to force Game 7. Cruzelo up on that shot here. Pass mid, still not enough. Rest in Peace, doing everything he can. Everything to get Jordan High School into Game 7. And we're now running behind schedule with this really looking like we're going to a final game decider. So I'm going to try and skip the replay to Rest in Peace. Wanting to watch it all the way through. Seconds here. A formality. Incredible display of defensive prowess by the Jordan High School Rocket League team. And one more for the road. Why not? They put up numbers this game on both sides of the ball. And it was Rest in Peace and Azrael that had themselves an impressive an impressive Rocket League game. Look at that. 4 for 5 for Rest in Peace, 2 for 5 for Azrael. But that shooting percentage made up for with the trio of saves that he found. And Cruzelo is changing his tag. Fair enough. Whatever helps you. And Flowers in chat. I said, good luck, have fun. Game 7. I'm ready for it. We've gotten a lot of Game 7s on the Mr. Bepic stream lately. I am all here for it. Had a pair on this past Tuesday night Lights. The high school showcase a week ago had one. And now we are beginning tonight's high school showcase with a Game 7 on the board. It'll be Ike the Tyke first on the scene. Some possession here for Azrael. Forced to play the ball hard off the ceiling, but it doesn't matter. How does that go in? It took a skip off of Cruzelo's car. Oh, and that's painful. I think Azrael was putting that one in regardless, but man. 1-0, Jordan High School. Finding an early lead here. And maybe one to boot. Rest in Peace doubles up within 20 seconds of us getting kicked off. And talk about a start for Jordan High. To answer here though, shot for Cruzelo. Set up a secondary opportunity, but Rest in Peace, a wonderful in and out play. Now, perhaps a third. That's an assist, but he'll take it. 3-2. Sorry, 3-0. Rest in Peace, 2 goals, and now an assist. He is all over the pit for Jordan High School. They forced Game 7 and are now looking to make the most of it. See what kind of comeback potential Noble High School has here. We've seen them go through flurries of offense. But it will not start there. Great save by Rest in Peace. This man now trying to follow up. Has a lead blocker, but Azrael dodges the bumper and makes the save. I like the type. Missing on that one. It's a maidenless man, but in the corner, that ball had too much power on it. The long-standing offensive for the Noble High School roster, but nothing to show for it. They are pushed back into defense. Jordan High can look to add a fourth. Nice pass. Nice finish. Rest in Peace and Azrael have had enough of the funny business that were the 3 games that Noble High School won. 4 goals in less than 2 minutes for Jordan High should be enough to secure them Game 7. Azrael off the back wall will set up Rest in Peace. Cheeky pass. Rest in Peace. I don't blame him for not being completely prepared for it. As we approach the halfway point of Game 7, it's still all Jordan. Azrael's got 3 assists. Rest in Peace has a Texas-sized hat trick. And Noble High School has a lot of work to do. If there are any players from Ohio Virtual Academy or the North Carolina homeschool team that are playing in the next best-of-7 set, we're running behind, I know. I'll have the lobby info up as soon as I can following the conclusion of this series. So we've had several 2-minute-plus overtimes. We've had high-scoring games. So we're going to be a bit behind schedule tonight, and I'm okay with that. I would love to see another OT here. It'll be one of the crazier comebacks I've seen on my stream. But Noble High School's got to have it in them. Cruzelo, center ball, but there's no one there to follow it up. Nameless man will force a double commit. Set up Flowers for a shot, but that is easily saved by Rest in Peace. Cruzelo, no shots. Tough ball to put on frame. He's going for it. He's been going for it. We need just a serious last gasp out of Noble High School. That's a nice shot. That could be in. Not enough, though. Azrael off the back wall. Could have given that one up, but... Oh, actually, it has been given up. Cruzelo. Nice shot. And maybe will be the first step. Crazy comeback, but you got to show me probably goals 3 and 4 for me really to believe. Esports Legends. Is that your official team name, Kachow? Stinky Bus did not tell me if you guys had a team name. All right, Esports Legends. I love it. Esports Legends versus Ohio Virtual Academy up next. Following the conclusion of this one, which might have just been sealed by 2 crazy blocks. Oh no. That's painful. A block by Jordan, and then a block by a Noble High School player. We'll put this series to bed, and it's time for a victory lap for Jordan High School. They went down 0-2 in the series, didn't blink. Went down on match point, didn't blink. Won 2 games in a row every time they needed to keep themselves in it and take our first show match of the night in 7. GG's all around. What a way to kick off the night. Sorry, Albedo, your Oklahoma boys couldn't get the job done. It's the Utah high schoolers that will take the first dub of the evening. And rest in peace, almost dropped 1,000 points that game. Shot 4 for 7, had an assist as well, and then put 4 saves up on the defensive side of things. That is an impressive stat line. But I do have to go to break rather quickly, unfortunately. I would love to talk more about that series as it was a good one. But we have Ohio Virtual Academy versus the Esports Legends of North Carolina high school homeschoolers coming up in just a second. I gotta set up for that real fast. I'll be right back. right, quick break. We're running super behind schedule now. 10 minutes late, I'm almost happy. I had to start a podcast segment to fill the middle section of tonight's 5-hour block of show matches. Welcome back. I'm Mr. Bepic. Long story short, we got Ohio Virtual Academy versus the Esports Legends of North Carolina, a trio of homeschooled high schoolers representing the whole state of North Carolina here, hence their logo, which the logo will be their actual logo on the overlay once we do actually get into the game, but I didn't have time to change it. They just got it to me, so that's why they are the state of North Carolina up on stream in the booth. So, once everybody is ready to go, I'll just put some Rocket League on your screen and start talking about these two teams, which I'm realizing, for the sake of the overlay, I'm going to have to shorten over. There we go. That's a little bit better. Esports Legends, I'm wrong, I'm going to shorten that. But this will be a fairly evenly ranked series on the Ohio Virtual Academy, so I'll talk about them first. You'll recognize them if you watched last week's high school showcase, as I talked a lot about them. I've watched a good bit of this team over my time spent in the high school esports scene. They play in the Stride Esports League, but this is kind of a last dance of sorts. Last week was supposed to be their last dance, but I needed to fill in for this week in the showcase. So they were gracious enough to step in, as Bill Pickles has graduated. It's Sith and Destroyer Cab this week. Sith is around the GC3 SSL level, as is Dark, who plays for the Esports Legends. And then Bill Pickles around the GC1, GC2 area, and Destroyer Cab sitting around C3, I believe, GC1. So it's fairly even. Stinky Bus is GC2, and the Kachow Kid around C3. So I was happy to see, just how even a match this set was going to be. Especially after Ohio Virtual Academy they stepped up and dominated their set last week. I would love to give them an even more even one in this edition of the high school showcase. But as I was mentioning, graduation years, Kachow Kid and Stinky Bus setting each other up right now. Both seniors working together as upperclassmen. Dark, a junior, will be sticking around the high school scene a little bit longer, tormenting whoever has to play him and his roster, as he, I believe Stinky Bus totally peaked around the 2100 MMR range. It's cracked. And I'm waiting for that moment where he steps up big time, but Sith provided plenty of those last week, and Sith is just a sophomore this year, which is unbelievable. Kid was a one-man highlight reel against West Catholic High School last week. He put up a decent fight trying to stop him, but he was unstoppable at times and nearly there. Getting Nova on the board. It's Dark now with an opportunity to set up Stinky Bus, who barrels through one. Not enough to give Dark an opportunity to rebound. Side Esports Legends an opportunity now to get themselves first blood, but nothing doing. And hey, shout out Kachow Kid for rocking the Limitless decal. That's my team right there. Bonus points given to the Esports Legends for immaculate style. I'm gonna have to tag Limitless. Show them they got some good fans. And Dark, I mean, not rocking the Limitless decal, but he's still got some Rocket League skill in him as well. What a save that was. Now Sith's turn off the back wall. Will Pickles had moved up, sweeping the goal line. Destroyer Cat was a bit too far back, so we will remain scoreless. Game one of the last series went to overtime. Game one, the Ohio Virtual Academy show match last week went to overtime in game one. One is certainly on track for it. That is just an egg. Late on the goal line, but Destroyer Cab fired his shot at the defense. Bill Pickles' rebound is put off the post. Destroyer Cab, chance for redemption. They can't quite get it. Stinky Bus off the sidewall. The ball taken from him. Sith goes low. We'll give Bill Pickles maybe an opportunity in transition, but it's taken all away. Esports Legends now, their turn. Put together some lethal opportunities, and all they need is a singular one. Less than 30 seconds left to go, and it's the Esports Legends stepping out in front. Demonstrated some clutch here in the business end of game one. Trying to add on to it. Will be denied by Bill Pickles. Sith as well. What kind of space can he gain for himself and his team? Nothing. Great challenge by the Kachow kid. But still, Ohio Virtual Academy have an opportunity. Cut down by Dark. And that is actually still up, though. No orange cars were in the area to keep it up, following a crazy bounce off the back wall of Ova. And Esports Legends will take game one, though not easily. That was a grind, and I am very surprised, actually. Dark was held to 0 shots on target. For as skilled as both sides looked offensively, they matched each other very well defensively, getting in the way of opportunities, and that was, I think, a feel-you-out type of game. Both these sides fairly seasoned. I know for certain Ohio Virtual Academy is a seasoned competitive team. I don't know how much Esports Legends competes. I didn't do a thorough enough background check on them. But when you've got Dark on your team, you got to be playing a good bit. Got to take advantage of that, honestly. It's not every day you get a high-caliber SSL player on your high school roster. That usually means you're a contender nationally. We'll see what it looks like this season. We are still getting into the beginning stages. September is really when it kicks all the way off. I can't wait for it. That's when my job becomes really fun. Once collegiate and high school are really going. Like, these show matches are fun and all. And I love what I do on my personal stream, but once we start seeing HSCL and Play Versus going again, some EGF thrown in there, and ECC, ECAC, Playfly. Oh, it's gonna be fun. Speaking of which, what a shot sent towards the Rule 1 we've got going on in the Esports Legends net. Destroyer Cab going in and out, and he better get back soon, as Dark is backwards, and with no boost, he'll turn in an open net to give the Esports Legends their opening goal of game 2. Unfortunately, I didn't get to experience much of that Rule 1. Ova generated an opportunity off the back of the 2v2 thanks to a great touch by Sith, but the counter was where all bets were off. Bus shut down by Bill Pickles. He's quick to get up to this ball. Pop it up for Sith. What can he do with it? Going back wall. Couldn't tell if he got a second touch. Either way, it's that Destroyer Cab who used all his boost to get to the ceiling. Recover quickly. The third man, so fair enough. He's fueled up. Ready to take a shot, maybe? Confusing Sith for the ball right there, unfortunately. And now Dark's going the other way again. Trying to do to Ohio Virtual Academy what Sith was doing to their opponent all of last week. And he's still trying to do it here. But Dark in the final moments of that counterattack. Quickly get in the way. Find the save. His team going in the right direction. Whoop. Good try. Good thought by the Ka-Chow kid. Stick with that ball. Try and get it clear. Minutes left. We still have only seen 2 goals so far in this series. Ohio Virtual Academy's been held scoreless. Esports Legends of game and a half. Put themselves up 2 goals aggregate. And still, another great opportunity goes by the wayside for Ohio Virtual Academy. As that defense of Esports Legends is just annoying enough. Keep that goose egg on the board. Just playing toe ball. Double given. Intercepted by Sid. Dark. Playing a game of chicken in the corner. Securing boost and trusting Stinky Bus to get the ball over the midfield line. We go as far as Sith. Catches and cuts on target. Nay! Into a passing lane for Bill Pickles. And that'll be the opening goal of the series for Ohio Virtual Academy. By way of the 2 stars on the Ohio Virtual Academy roster. Good setup, good finish. And Esports Legends have their lead taken away. Off the sidewall will give Dark an opportunity. Beats Destroyer Cab. And Dark is just far too savvy to be diving in like that as the 3rd man. Sith goes in first to contest the 1st man on the ball. Get the ball out of Stinky Bus's hands. But the ball was gotten out of his hands successfully, just right into Dark's. He knew exactly where the defense was coming at him from. 2-1. Esports Legends put another on the board. And now it's up to Ohio Virtual Academy again to find a response to the call laid out in front of them. Bill Pickles, realizing he had space right there, instead did some hard 50-50s that could have set him up, but boost in hand to find an extra touch. Instead it's Dark. Now I'm sure taking several touches. Must he pop to himself and get through Bill Pickles. Great contest defensively, and it flips the field for Ohio. Dark again contested quickly by Destroyer Cad. That's 2 that's gone. And the Ka-Chow kid, like Superman, comes flying across the net. Might have just saved the lead for Esports Legends. 10 seconds now. Destroyer Cab plays this down the field to Bill Pickles, back to Destroyer. But the Ka-Chow kid, again, in defense, comes up huge for Esports Legends. And will force Ohio Virtual Academy to take this game to overtime, which they cannot do. 2-0, the series lead. Esports Legends, I mean, it's close. It's 1-goal games. It's just 4 shots for the Esports Legends. But it's enough. They're finding ways to get the job done defensively. Because, I mean, that game, Ohio Virtual Academy outshot them by double, actually. But when it came to possession, Ohio Virtual Academy almost doubled their time spent in offense. And on that goal line, 6 saves made on the 8 shots put on target. Dark did such a good job getting back. And the Ka-Chow kid at the end, credited with 1 save, but boy, was that save important. Because Ohio, to their credit, when they did get to play offense, did a very good job of being productive with their time spent in that blue end. But Esports Legends, too solid right now on the goal line. And going into game 3, Ova's got to do something about it. Lest they stare down the barrel of a best-of-7 reverse sweep. No one wants that. Unless you are the one on the other side of that barrel. Touches it. Warrior Cab. Control. Chow kid, no shot on target. That will He will stay in the play. Nearly gave Dark an opportunity to shoot. Taking it slow, but he had space. Until Ohio Virtual Academy recovered. Back in it. Sit to Bill Pickles. Ohio Virtual Academy again, inches from success here in offense. Sit. Too high. They kind of rebound. Shorian will look to set it up. Flipping into that tight angle shot was ambitious. And shut down by the defense. Again, Ohio Virtual Academy playing more offense so far than Esports Legend, but this first minute we're still tied. We still see the Esports Legends of North Carolina with a good opportunity now to take an early lead. Dark getting back to it, setting up Stinky Bus. Who shot that ball into a Dark moving across the goal line. The defense was there regardless. Stay tied. Neither side too keen on allowing goals, and I'm all right. I'm here for it. At this level, you don't see a ton of defensive battles, but we are being blessed with one in our second best of 7 of the night. Appreciate the follow. Is it Taco, Keiko, and Zoyvier as well? Some complicated names following at the moment. Nice shot, but better save by Dark. How does he do it? That has to go in. Okay. Ohio Virtual Academy will score first blood of Game 3. Dark getting back to this was insanely impressive. But Bill Pickles was on top of things. He got on top of the ball, realizing that Dark could only do so much from that position. Gravity is on your side at times. Destroyer Cab was there for the cleanup. Well done. That's a good beat, Stinky Bus. Trying to intercept, but Sith was instead given a chance to shoot. He wasn't credited for it. It goes off to the side. Defense of Esports Legends again. Get the job done. But this is dangerous. Stinky Bus and Dark have both gone. Leaving that backboard open. Sith off the ceiling for Bill Pickles to shoot, but Stinky Bus hops up and makes the block. Reads that Sith is going for a double tap. Both sides knowing their opponent's move before their opponents even thought of it. Unbelievable game sense on both ends of the ball. Nearly an unbelievable shot as well. The defense prepared for it. Rewarded with a clear by way of Bill Pickles. 100 seconds left. Ohio Virtual Academy are holding on to their 1-goal lead, but it's not without a bit of strain. Chow Kid sticking around, trying to be a thorn in the side of the Esports Legends. Dark, similar roll. It's up Stinky Bus for a shot. It's a bouncer. And still not on frame. Sith realized it. Didn't go for it. Destroyer Cap clears the zone. It's up Sith for a backboard play that again, Dark is prepared for. Pickles got for us. Strong first touch, but gets back to it. A ton of power on that ball, though. So, Ohio. I mean, as long as they're careful in counterattack mode, they keep jumping and playing where the ball is going to be rather than where it is, they'll be all right. Goal lead completely safe, but it is getting in a better and better spot. Pickles down the field to Sith. He won't jump for that. Playing it safe. So smart for being a sophomore in high school. Doing too much. Realizes this is an important game win and is not throwing it away. Now on a 1v2. Good bit of work to do. Stinky Bus on target. Sith makes a great save. Where's the follow-up? The Chow Kid. Out to Dark, but Sith is on top of it. Well, he's not dead yet. Dark will keep the play up. Set up Stinky Bus for a shot that's just short of being on frame. And Ohio Virtual Academy get on the board in the series. But oh boy, was that a difficult win. Really had to work for things. But again, outshot the Esports legends. And that, so far, has been the greatest benefit. The greatest aspect of Ohio Virtual Academy's game, getting them these game wins. Because they can play a game like that again, where they are stopping everything Esports legends are throwing at them, where they're challenging the 100% lethal threat of Dark, as well as they are, they're going to be alright. Obviously got to make sure Stinky Bus is held in check as well, and the Chow Kid, defensively, was doing very well, and in counterattack was given some opportunities to shoot. Keep on playing your opponent while simultaneously playing your game. We got ourselves a series on our hands, but Sports Legends, same goes for them. They keep holding Ohio Virtual Academy's offense in check, while giving themselves opportunities in offense. This is an opportunity. Dark's beaten 2. Destroyer Cab! What a block! The super sub demonstrating his superior abilities right now. And now can he turn on this? Right. Prioritizing boost a bit right there. Still, Ohio Virtual Academy got themselves a great block in transition. Followed it up with some decent offense as well. Established offense for Esports Legends. Pass down, intercepted by Destroyer Cab. Dark in the corner trying to confuse Sith, and it works into a shot, but Destroyer Cab again at home on the goal line. 3 big saves for him in the first 90 seconds of Game 4. Oh my. Power on that. Stinky Bus collects, passes across. The Chow Kid just watching as Stinky Bus and Dark set him up for a shot. Eventually saved, but keeps possession going for the Esports Legends of North Carolina. Pitches. Shot on. That's Destroyer Cab looking to take a shot. We'll force the defense to play awkwardly. Bill up for this one. It's a light touch. Anything extra on it? Not quite. Destroyer Cab. The ball in play, and this is still an incredibly defensive chess match. Chess match on both sides of the ball. It's a 2-1 kind of defensive style, I think, for both sides. You send your 2 at the first challengers of the ball. Leave that last man to defend the goal line and have faith in your team's ability to get something on the ball. So you go there. Here's Ka-Chow Kid alone in defense. Pop the ball to the side, Destroyer Cab, and that was a 3-0. Ohio sent everybody at that midfield line. They recover, they get a shot, but Dark a save. Bus has been sent. Recovered, goes off the ceiling. Still is beaten by Sith, who beats the last man and finishes the playoff with a double tap. 1-0 Ohio Virtual Academy. And finally, someone was allowed to pop off. Seems like so often in this series, someone will get that type of space, and the defense will get the better of them. But there, Sith came up clutch for his team. pop for Destroyer Cab. Can't get back to it, though. Bus. A win from the midfield. We'll see what Esports Legends can do to establish offense. This game has been a much better game possession-wise for the Esports Legends. Field domination is about 60-40 in their favor, so I think something this game's spent on that orange side of the pitch, but defense, they are still having to work occasionally. In this instance, to stop a pass from Sith the Destroyer Cab, and now Bill Pickles in the corner. It's simple but effective for Ova. Win the corner, win the infield, see if you can't score a goal. Defense. They're winning enough challenges in that center third to get themselves out of defense enough to prevent opportunities like this that just missed for Stinky Bus. Dark, follow-up opportunity, will beat one, will beat a second, off the back wall, sets up Stinky Bus for a double that stays high. 10 seconds to go, everything being thrown at Ohio Virtual Academy, but everything being stopped. Dark, 40 boost in hand, look in top left, can't get it, and the ball falls, securing a 2-2 tied up series and a win for Ohio Virtual Academy. Unbelievable. 11 shots to 2, 63% of the time spent in that orange half. But Ohio Virtual Academy, thanks to Destroyer Cab, yes, it was Sith that scored that electric opening and solo goal for Ohio Virtual Academy, but Destroyer Cab defensively played a phenomenal game. Game 1, he had 68 points. Maybe it took him a game or two to warm up into this set, but Destroyer Cab, the super sub, has been playing his role perfectly so far in this best of 7. Those were good looks for Esports Legends there at the end of Game 4. But they couldn't get any to go. So they got to try again in Game 5 series. Tied up at 2 apiece. Ohio Virtual Academy doing battle with the Esports Legends of North Carolina. Dark on the ball now. Beating everybody. Trying to do it himself. And that is stopped by Destroyer Cab on the goal line. A big clear. Sent the other way. Bill Pickles testing Stinky Bus. Which, I don't know, I give that test a grade of a C-. He'd rather have played that out to the corner. And now Ohio Virtual Academy have some possession off the opportunity to shoot they were given. Now, race to the ball. Won by Stinky Bus. We'll flip the field here. That's the touch you want. Score here, Cab. Quite well right there. Oh, that's 2 misses. Sith didn't stick with it. Is that net open? Bill Pickles slammed the ball off the corner wall. Sith does the same as he had to beat Dark. And okay, it's a much more frenetic pace in Game 5. We've normally started out quite slow. Both teams are feeling the urgency of this game. Stinky Bus, the captain of this Esports Legends roster, certainly doing something about that urgency. Great challenge off the sidewall. That's not an easy ball to put on target, but he got it there. Oh, miss from Destroyer Cab. He sits in an awkward spot that even he can't get out of. Dark will get on the board. And that is a defensive mishap we have not seen much of in this series. Bus. Some control out of his own corner. It's the Destroyer Cab. Ohio Virtual Academy crept up a little much right there. Still, defensive posture might pan out. Double commit. Could still give Dark some space. that space. I mean, Ohio Virtual Academy, I was watching that possession. They're just challenging out to the side very, very well. That's keeping a dangerous Esports Legends team in check. Now playing it mid. Shorian was forced to 50 that ball. Still Ohio. Developing opportunities in transition. As we see now. Oh, and that's beautifully executed. The Esports Legends. They've dropped 2 games in a row. But they have moved into this one with some kind of vengeance in mind. That's a wonderfully executed counter. And Rio is what they'll make it. Now, kid. Force mistakes. Destroyer cap. Just looked uncomfortable in this one. It's unfortunate. But we'll see how they can recover. Sith, aided by Destroyer Cab right there, who gets back. Not enough. Dark polishes that play off with a 4th. And unfortunately, well, Destroyer Cab was just beaten right there on the near side. Did not see the Kachow Kid moving in at lightning pace to win that ball and set up Dark for a finish. 2 minutes left. I mean, there's time. Ohio Virtual Academy, not in the worst spot ever, especially now. While Bill Pickles puts in their first of the game. But they will need more than just that. Great big challenge. Great shot as well. 4-1. Ohio Virtual Academy going to have a go at this comeback. Because of course they are. These guys are competitors. Stabilize there in the corner, but Pickles couldn't either. Dark allowed an out. Destroyer Cap. Over towards Sith off the side wall. Is Bill Pickles there? Yes. He's going back wall. That's a nice dish mid if Stinky Bus and Dark haven't seen that play before. They were ready for it. Stay at home, not phased by that double. Mistake. At times this series has been about how the lower ranked third, I think, is slotted in. Because when Destroyer Cab is producing largely in defense, which is his, I think, best role, or on cleanup duty in offense, then Ohio Virtual Academy is looking very good. But a game like this, he has an off one. Esports Legends are all over it. On the flip side, Kachow Kid, when he's doing well in defense, absolutely, but in offense as well. Just playing confidently, getting in the face of Ohio Virtual Academy. Esports Legends of North Carolina look very, very good. Confident challenge, gives Stinky Bus play on the ball, and more time wasted. That favors the Esports Legends. There's one more chance. Oh, Bill Pickles. Thought Sith was getting a flip reset on that, so he backed off. Didn't take the shot. And that really should secure things. Yep. Alright. 3-2. Esports Legends. Not gonna find one for the road, perhaps, just yet. Stinky Bus. I thought I was gonna put that one in. But in our most productive game of this series, we've had 3 1-0 finals. And in those 3 games, both teams scored fewer goals than Esports Legends did here. It was finally a big game for the Esports Legends. They finally showed off what they can do consistently offensively. Appreciate the follow, Pesha. Much love. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Everybody that's tuning in. We got a series on our hands here, folks. Ohio Virtual Academy looking for one more, at least, to force Game 7. And all they can do is take it one game at a time. Make sure their defense is a little bit more intact. And they can find a little bit more in offense. And if those little changes happen, they'll be all right. Sit put more time on the ball too. Contested right there. Here a little bit by his own teammate. I like what Destroyer Cap's going for, but it pan out perfectly. Retreat for Ohio Virtual Academy. We see what the Esports Legends can do in offense, and the Ka-Chow Kid can do a lot. How about that? Sith tried to carry that ball away, gets bumped off it by Stinky Bus, and Bill Pickles playing aggressively. Doesn't get a touch. Well done, the Ka-Chow Kid. Winning an important race to that ball. Put Ohio Virtual Academy down early in a must-win game. In what could be the last instance this roster plays together. As Bill Pickles, he's graduated already. It's the last dance for him. Moving on to the University of Cincinnati after this. Done well tonight. But I know he wants to win. Back wall, give Destroyer Cap a shot, but Ka-Chow Kid a big save, past mid. It's nothing. Destroyer Cap diving in, get the ball out of Dark's hands, but Sith and Bill Pickles just both went for the ball, and it doesn't matter. I can see this again. Esports Legends just kind of vacated the net. Dark's been beaten. Ka-Chow Kid caught in no man's land, and I see Stinky Bus has been demoed in the corner by Bill Pickles. Perfectly done. That's how you bail yourself out of a double commit in offense. Now off kickoff, Destroyer Cap with a chance. Let's take a 50-50 with Stinky Bus. Full offense for Ohio Virtual Academy. Stuff going laterally, though. Out of corner. That does increase your odds, giving your team, or your opponent, rather, a big opportunity to clear into space and together a decent-looking counter. But that transition in offense is short-lived. Dark is forced backwards and flexes some of his car control. Beaten one. Put a shot on Stinky Bus off the back wall, sets up Ka-Chow Kid. Contact. Dark's double straight down. With Ka-Chow Kid an opportunity to shoot, and he makes up for his previous miss. 2-1. The Esports Legends getting ever closer to putting this game to rest. The series to rest. Off kickoff. Sith bumps. What a great bump by Dark. An understated part of kickoff strategies. It saves a concession there for Esports Legends. They still might be giving one up. Ka-Chow Kid and Dark both making the save there. Dark was credited for it, but Ka-Chow Kid put it into his teammate's car. He's gone though, thanks to Bill Pickles. Sith set up for a double tap, and he hits those in his sleep. Oh, and the game client making us watch it from Dark's perspective, then from the Stinky Bus perspective. Both equally as demoralizing, as it was just wide open for Sith. That's two gone, those. Bill Pickles had to make a good touch on that ball, and he does. Destroyer Cap now. Goes to the corner now. Put a shot on target. That's just in. Destroyer Cap took that ball after Bill Pickles made a phenomenal save and hits a 3-degree angle shot to put his team out front. What a game 6 we've got developing, ladies and gentlemen. Dark pinch. Too high. Sith will still get the ball out to the side. The Chow Kid. A bit of control. Let Stinky Bus take over. Beat one. We'll beat a second, but Sith beaten by the third. I didn't realize Dark was playing that aggressively, but he was. I don't think Sith realized it either. What wonderful speed in transition. I love that trust in not just your teammate to get you that ball, beat the first 2 defenders, but in Ka-Chow Kid to defend that play if it goes awry. Pickles take the lead right back. Center ball. Just attached by Stinky Bus. Flick carry mid. Still Pickles. Has that ball stripped away. Dark with plenty of boost in hand. Not going to work in the corner, but Shorian doing what he can. Still got the defense in a dangerous position. Ka-Chow with a great shot, but a better save by Sith. That one, though, finds the top corner and bounces in. Dark takes the lead for his team. Ohio Virtual Academy did well, but Dark eventually got just 1 beat more. Under a minute to go here. Destroyer Cab's taking a shot. That's just in? What? We're tied up again. And Stinky Bus turned upfield. I guess didn't expect that shot. 4-4. The final 45 seconds of game 6. This became that much more interesting. Pickles couldn't control it. Weird Cap dusts Dark. Now the Chow Kids jump for nothing. Stinky Bus now alone, but Sith took a shot before Destroyer Cab could get ahead and maybe find some damage on that goal line. Still, Sith trying to set up his teammates. He's beaten a couple. Left Dark alone in defense. He gets the ball to the side. He'll be forced to concede control. Destroyer Cab. 50 taken. Setting up Sith, contested by Dark, but Sith will stick with it. Back wall, all 3 blue cars jump, and that could leave them in a dangerous spot, or a pretty good one for a counterattack. Dark can win it here, goes back wall, but the ball touches down before the Esports legends can take the set. We get overtime in game 6. That immediate shot's not going to work for Destroyer Cab. He gets back to it. Gets the ball off the back wall, and Dark on the scene. That's a big beat. Was that the last man? It was, but Destroyer Cab rotated back to the infield. But Ohio Virtual Academy is not out of the woods. They still need more saves, and Bill Pickles there to provide at least one more. Dark's just missed. Just my faulted in chat as well. Fair enough. Still, the offensive continues for Esports Legends. That touch could give it up. Moved up. Sith go flying past the ball. Dark goes low past Destroyer Cab. Bill Pickles beaten. Dark can't put it completely on target. And Sith rotates back just in time to make a save. Dark again in the corner. Gets through one, but Destroyer Cab, the hero on the near side, will give his team maybe one more chance to win it in OT. Sith, flick, back of the net! Goal! We're going to game 7. Let's make it 2 in a row. Why not? What a game. 5 for the final. We went back and forth. The lead changed hands so many times. 12 shots to 10. Sith dropped 800 points. Dark almost 700. That was a showcase. Average rank grading is about GC2. Both teams have an SSL on their team. Both teams have about a GC2 and then a Champ 3. It's extremely even, despite the wide variety of ranks. And it makes sense we're going to Game 7 when all things considered. Oh, Bill Pickles. Just there. He didn't have a single shot on target in Game 6. And Ka-Chow Kid missed to give Bill his first shot and goal of Game 7. Ohio Virtual Academy, the team that forced Game 7. They got first blood now. In our first show match of the night, it was the team that forced Game 7 that ended up coming out on top. And they would have done so in the same pattern of game wins as Ohio Virtual Academy could do here. Lose the first two, win the next two, lose the next one, win the next one, and win Game 7. But not if the Esports legends have anything to say about it. Dark was looking fancy there in counterattack mode, and here again, that is terrifying, but Sith still finds a save. Wants more. Forced to stop and wait, though. That extra touch from Sneaky Bus. Pays off. He eventually gets an aerial play out. Has help as well. Bill Pickles given an extra touch. Get back to it. Dark will play the ball out. Can't beat Destroyer Cap, though. Now has access to the blue corner. 40 boost in hand. Ball for Dark. Slammed off the back wall. Stinky Bus. His shot saved by Sith, though. Off the ceiling. He's gonna go but Dark. Shot. Again, it is blocked away by Ohio Virtual Academy. That goal line is going to work. Already 2 minutes into this game. 4 saves put up by Ova's back line. 3 of them coming from Sith. He wants it bad. He sets the Destroyer Cab, who skies the shot. Ka-Chow Kid. Side. Ohio Virtual Academy played that a little bit awkwardly. Ultimately, the Esports legends can't get out of defense. Center ball. Bill Pickles off the back wall. Wants a double tap. Won't quite get it to go. But he will get the defense. A bit awkward. Esports legends got the ball to the midfield line, but it was never set like this is. Dark. Ripper of a shot. Stomach by Sith. The rebound from the Ka-Chow Kid is a drop down pass to no blue cars as Bill Pickles is in the area. Sith just missed. Bill Pickles low on boost. Actually finds a lot of power on that. Going back and forth though. Sneaky Bus in a 1v1 against Sith, who has done extremely well in those positions. Taken. A rebound opportunity for Sneaky Bus. He'll go low with it. But Bill Pickles and Sith doing work in tandem on the goal line. They can do work in tandem in offense. Add to this 1-goal lead, or just make Sith do it himself. Although I say he did it himself, he had some help there at the end. Sneaky Bus and Ka-Chow Kid both went up for this. But Ka-Chow Kid could only watch as that went off a Dark and then Sneaky Bus's car. And in. 2-0, Ohio Virtual Academy. 90 seconds left. This game, this series is not done. Dark's been electric on the ball tonight. Has opened the door many a time for his teammates, but Ka-Chow Kid has just given up the third. Oh no. He's put in an awkward spot. And unfortunately, could not get that ball to safety in the corner. And the Esports legends now have a tall task ahead of them if they're going to come back from down a trio of goals. Ka-Chow Kid with some room. Try and make up for some mistakes. We'll find a shot saved by the defense. Dark, however, gets 2 to go. And the next shot from the Ka-Chow man. Ka-Chow Kid. Again, saved by Ohio. Dark. Collected by Ohio. And Sith now has Bill Pickles off the side wall. He's pre-jumped it but couldn't get back to it. Would have loved to see that go in. But Dark has left. He has conceded. Fair enough. Sith scores the cherry on top. And that'll be GG's. Ohio Virtual Academy. They were down 3-2. Had to force Game 7. They did. And took it all the way home. And I'll put them back on screen. Give them a little bit more. Show it off, Sith. Hey, you know, touch the ground. I'll give it an 8.5 out of 10. Freestyling at the end. I appreciate it. Thanks for putting on a show, guys. Great way to start off tonight's stream. And Destroyer Cat was exactly right. Super sub, best sub. Sith will let it drop. What a cap to the legendary career of Bill Pickles. Moving on. Sith taking over the helms at Ohio Virtual Academy's Rocket League facility. I know they all play at home, but you know what I'm saying. GG's. Next up on the Mr. Bepic stream, we don't have another match until, what would that be? 9 Eastern time, 8 Central. But I will be hosting a little bit of a show. I gotta grab some more water before I do start that. Where I'm gonna be going over high school esports as a whole, collegiate esports as a whole. What high school students trying to get recruited by collegiate programs offering scholarships should know, as I am one of those people trying to get scholarships in the hand of esports players. So I'll be going over that in a little bit. It's kind of a haphazard schedule, so we'll see how it pans out. But stick around. There's more action coming up in a bit. Although the action so far, I will admit, is going to be 10 times exciting as the little podcast segment that I'm going to be putting on here in just a second. But I do need some more water. I could use a snack as well, so I'll be back in about 10 minutes time. 7:15 Central, 8:15 Eastern time. Be back here. Until then, enjoy the break screen, enjoy the synth wave, and I'll see you in a second. welcome back to my high school showcase where I have a special guest joining me. Very impromptu, but very fitting that I actually get to talk with this guy on my stream. This is Bill Pickles, the Ohio Virtual Academy player that you just watched win the last show match against the Esports Legends. And I mean, his name's Asher. Asher, first of all, how you doing? How you feeling after that Game 7 win?
I'm doing great. It was close, but we had to put on a show, so make it interesting.
Yeah, you put on a show. I mean, you won Game 6, took it to Game 7, and destroyed there. I mean, they were gone with like 30 seconds left. Like, what? I mean, Dark is fairly well known. I around the, I think he's a TikTok streamer, and so he's known for his mechanics, his ability, and you guys shut him down at times. Like, what happened in that series to kind of get the edge?
Well, we kind of noticed that he was a standout player.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't really heard of him, so that's interesting. But he was really mechanical. It was tough to play him and adjust.
It was fun watching Sith though do battle with him, like going back and forth, like trying to create space with their mechanics, and you guys played around each other so well. That was such a fun series to watch. Like, talking about Sith as well, what's it been like? I know he was a freshman last year, joined the team, and elevated you guys in the Stride Esports League. What's he been like as a teammate?
He's been great. When he got added, we had to get a few things figured out, but once it worked really well, and came second the first semester, and then from there we just started winning.
It was awesome to see you guys get over the line. Like, so for those that don't know, Ohio Virtual Academy plays in the Stride Esports League, the K-12 Esports League now. And so I was a caster there, not this past year, but the year before. So I know a lot of those players where I met Asher. I'm mediocre then, Bill Pickles now. And so did you guys win the championship in the spring?
Yes, this spring, finally.
Okay.
Took a while.
Hey, you made it though. That's the way you sign off. Now going to University of Cincinnati, and I mean, talk about the Stride Esports League. Like, that's been your competitive grounds that I know of. There might be other places you've played, but what's it been like playing over there?
It's been a blast. It was something really cool that they set up, something extra to do. Kind of the whole reason I wanted to stay in OHVA the whole time. It gave me an opportunity to make friends and stuff, so it was fun.
That's awesome. And he signed off as a champion, moving on to college now. And has it helped you get ready to? Well, first of all, are you gonna play for Cincinnati's Rocket League program, or are you just gonna be a student?
We'll see.
Okay.
I'll have to get back on the game a little bit more if I want to make a better team, like a decent one. So it'll take some work, but if I try.
All right, fair. You got 4 years ahead of you to decide.
Yeah.
It's a good program, though. I will vouch for Cincinnati. I've met several of their guys, and they go to LANs as well. Very active in the Rocket League scene. So hopefully we'll see you repping the Wildcats. Or is it the Bearcats or the Wildcats?
Bearcats.
Thank you. I almost embarrassed myself. But so, do you think Stride has like trained you well if you are going to play competitively at Cincy?
Yeah. I mean, I spent 3 years doing that, so
wow,
almost weekly games during the school year. So it definitely helped. I was team captain most of the time, so that definitely helped with communication and stuff.
That makes sense. It's a skill to have, being able to manage a roster.
Yeah.
And I mean, you got Destroyer Cab in chat as well, chanting your name and saying you're something. And Destroyer Cab, shout out for the subscription. I appreciate you, super sub. Talk about Raid and Destroyer Cab as well. I mean, I can't. Have those been all of your teammates while at OVA, or have you had others as well?
Well, 3 years ago when I started, there was actually another Asher on our team.
Really?
Somehow. Yeah. And we also had someone else, named Aloy, I think he was. I don't know if you were casting then.
I don't think so.
But we didn't. We got like 5th overall. It wasn't great. We were probably champ 2 or 3 average. So that was when we started. But from then on, we got Raid the next season. and same with Destroyer Cap, and they've been pretty. I've been pretty close to them since then. We've been friends, working our way up. So, a nice. We all started pretty, like probably around champ, but you know, playing with people around you rank gets you a lot better faster.
Yeah, absolutely. It's someone to grind a game with. It keeps you motivated too. My roommate and I are the same rank. It's very nice having that to play with. And I want to talk also about your dad, who's been involved in your competitive journey as well. He's probably the reason that like you and I became close. Like talking, we met at the Boston LAN for the RLCS. And your dad is super supportive, and it's awesome how much he watches your stuff. And he'll send it to me as well. Like he DMs me on Discord and tells me to watch you guys when Stride does put you guys on broadcast. What's it like having a supportive parent like that?
It's awesome. Helps. He loves watching all my stuff. Shares it to everyone we know. So it's really nice to have someone cheering you, the whole cheerleader.
That's awesome. It rocks seeing supportive parents and taking you to LANs as well. I mean, the Boston LAN, last North American LAN that we had for the RLCS. Well, what was that like? How'd you enjoy that?
It was really fun. To see all the players that you watch on the screen, and you know, and they could have done much better, but there's always next time. It was cool to see Zin's upcoming. That was a big storyline then, and it was awesome though. It was in a nice location, cool places, and I think it was in the College of Boston, like their stadium, Boston University or something. It was a good atmosphere.
Heck yeah, those LANs rock. Get to meet everybody. We met, saw a bunch of players, just people peripheral to the scene. It rocks. But you know, those are the questions I got for you. I was curious about your journey up through the Stride Esports League ecosystem and what the plans are at Cincy. But hey, if you got any shout outs or anything like that, feel free to use the platform.
Yeah. Well, shout out to Sith. He's gonna make it. He's gonna be awesome. Raid, my family, you know, my dad,
of course,
and the coaches for our esports thing. They really held it together the whole time. It's been a mess sometimes, so they put in a lot of work for that. And of course, Bill Pickles, the possum. That
forgot to ask. Okay. Before we do go. Story behind Bill Pickles, because last week's show match, your name got a lot of attention in the Twitch chat. People like Bill Pickles' best name. So where'd it come from?
So there was a possum that we named Bill Pickles in our backyard. He would come around often, eat some food we put out for him, and you know, he disappeared one day. So maybe got hit by a car. So now he lives on as a Rocket League car to hit other cars.
All right, a little bit of revenge. Hopefully that's not the case.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's just the
Hopefully
idea
not.
of it. But Bill Pickles is hopefully somewhere out there, proud his name is living on as a car. I love that. All right, Asher, thanks for joining me, man.
Yep. All right. Good luck on your future streams.
Appreciate it. Good luck at Cincy.
Yep. Thank you. All right. Bye.
Bye. All right, going to a break, and I will be back in a little bit with more. We've got about 40 minutes till the next best of 7 show match, so I will be back talking a little bit about collegiate Rocket League, high school Rocket League, and that sort of experience. So make sure you stick around just a little bit longer. I'll be right back. Alright, welcome back to the stream. I'm bringing back my fancy L-bar that I made myself. This is going to be kind of a pilot segment of the stream, so feel free to ask questions as we go along. I definitely engage with chat more during this type of content than I do when casting. So, what I wanted to talk about in this segment is high school and collegiate esports, kind of from my perspective. It's just gonna kind of be me talking into the void about stuff. But for those that are unfamiliar with high school esports, perhaps I thought this was a good start, considering this is my showcase night you are here maybe supporting a player, supporting a friend, something like that. But high school esports has grown so much over the last several years. The logos up there are 3 of the bigger leagues that you have high school teams competing in, and it's not all organized under one central governing body like you got traditional sports that are. But HSCL, Play Versus, EGF, they're definitely big ones when it comes to organizing high school esports. Play Versus and HSCL I have worked with personally on several different occasions, so I can attest to the awesome people behind the scenes helping them go along. Play Versus, it's typically state-based competition in your most cases, unless it's like Valorant or Overwatch or something like that, then it's more regional. But for Rocket League, you got your state-based competitions where you compete X amount of weeks, best teams are put into a playoff bracket, single elim, you get your top 2, the top 2 move on to play, typically on LAN, at wherever is selected to host the state championships. And I've worked 3 state championships now, 2 state championships now for Alabama. And it's so cool because you got Rocket League, Mario Kart, Splatoon, Super Smash Bros, and Madden was the 5 that Alabama had. And League of Legends in the past has been included in that state championship, so it's on LAN. It was 2 universities that hosted it the past 2 semesters for the state of Alabama, which is what I'm in, which is what my experience is with. And it's an awesome show. It's a lot of fun, has a lot of people in one area that are just super passionate about esports. But HSCL as well has a nationals competition that I casted over the summer. It was in the first week of June, where they culminated their entire Rocket League season to one LAN. I think it was in Kansas City. I should have written down all this info before I was just spouting off about it. But it was on LAN. I casted remote. Hopefully I can go to that LAN in the future because it was awesome. From what I saw from my remote position right here, it was an awesome show. Super high level Rocket League, several high profile college recruits competing at HSCL Nationals, and it was a great show all around. But HSCL Play Versus is a national competition as well, where winners from fall and spring are able to compete in a national bracket, single elim. That was won by Detroit Catholic Central, another team that I like to engage with. I casted their semifinals match against Bob Jones. That was a fun one. I casted on their channel, and you'll see Bob Jones, DCC, some of these HSCL Nationals. See, Prosper was an HSCL Nationals team. You'll see them around the high school showcase, I'm sure, as I love casting their matches. So if you want to get involved, recommend, I keep doing the wrong side, these 3 leagues right here, Play Versus and HSCL especially. That's a good starting point when looking to start a program for your school. And I can attest to the good people that work on the inside of those companies. And what to watch when the season kicks off, which is around the first couple weeks of September. They'll put out messages about streams. HSCL will have... Never mind, I don't have to talk about that. They've got their own broadcasts, and you can tune in, watch them. But a lot of schools do stream their own matches. That's a good way. There's not a central database. That's something I would love to have. It's like a central platform for all streams. That's kind of something I'm working towards. So if you are a school out there that streams your own stuff, feel free to shoot it to me. And I would love to probably have that information right now. I don't know where I would share about it yet. I haven't got a great platform for sharing, but it's in the works. The ESPN of Scholastic Esports is something I'd like to do. I know Esports U is trying to do that as well. That's another good place to watch for collegiate esports as well. They have great streams every night, really. Esports U is a great resource. But I think I really wanted to talk about college recruiting. And I would imagine there are at least a couple high school players still listening, maybe, tonight. And if you're not on Stay Plugged In or in NCSA, and you want to get recruited by a college, and you're not like peak of SSL and Radiant and Valorant, then you need to be on these platforms. It costs a fee to be on there, but it's well worth it in the money you could save with a scholarship that you may not get otherwise. I don't know. Everybody's situation is different, but I would highly recommend getting involved with these platforms. So and if you're wondering why I'm qualified to be talking about this, I am a Rocket League coach and assistant coach for the Huntington College Esports program. It's a small D3 athletics school in Montgomery, Alabama, but our esports program is getting up there. We just started. I've been working for them since January. And so I've seen firsthand this recruiting process. I've gone through this recruiting process as a coach and as a caster as well. When I was looking for postgraduate opportunities this past December, when I graduated from Auburn, I went to Stay Plugged In. Nick, or Suave there, is extremely helpful. He runs things. It gets you in contact with colleges and universities that fit you. And so Spin is a great platform. NCSA I've interacted with a bit less, but that's something, it's another place to start for you looking for opportunities scholastic, because there are scholarships out there. And I'd probably skip to scholarships, because there are scholarships out there for not just playing, but for casting, for managing, being on a media team. There are so many opportunities in esports, and the graphic for this I'm a little proud of. I made this for a recent presentation that we gave at the Huntington College esports meeting, and this is what we've been recruiting for, and there are other schools out there that do the same. So if you want to get into casting, if you're like, you know, a plat in Rocket League, but you're a good caster, and I've seen that does exist, and you're looking for post-grad or collegiate opportunities, undergrad opportunities, then you can look for scholarships to work on broadcast, work on media, managing teams, coaching teams, and obviously playing. There's a lot of scholarships out there for playing, but you got to be looking in the right spots so that other people that are looking in those spots will find you. And it's not always going to be full rides. In most cases, it's not going to be full rides. It's another thing I've seen firsthand is the rise of certain schools to the top of scenes, like your Fishers, like Maryville, I'm sure, Ball State. Those are schools that give full rides, probably in certain games. I don't know for certain if they give full rides anymore, but the schools that jumped up early on, full ride schools. And that's not really the case anymore. It's more, Huntington College, for example, gives a half tuition ride. So it's $14,000 for a half year tuition. And we recruit a wide variety of players, and it's just about cutting the cost of college, really. And there are schools that are competitive at the tip-top level that do afford to give full ride scholarships. But it's becoming fewer. It's about sustainability at the collegiate level, which is interesting. It's interesting how collegiate esports is developing in like the last couple of years, which is really cool. And if you are in high school right now, you'll get to see the same thing, how it develops in the next 5-6 years. So those scholarships are out there. You just got to be looking for them with these resources. Stay plugged in. NCSA. We'll go through, like, just pull data, look for Rocket League players, see if your GPA is up to snuff. And that's another thing. Make sure your grades are good. Even if you want to do collegiate esports, your grades still have to be good, because otherwise you might not get into the school that offers esports that you want to get a scholarship for. 'Cause there's academic scholarships in addition to esports scholarships, and I've seen people out there that are SSLs, but their GPA is like a 1.5, and there's just you gotta go to a different opportunity for that. What's up, Mapo? The prodigies are coming up. I don't know if my next series isn't for another 20 minutes or so I'm just kind of yapping right now about collegiate esports and such. But the prodigies are here. If you want to go back, I mean, we just had 2 Game 7 series. I mean, full lineup so far tonight. Every single possible game that has been played, or that could have been played, has been played. It's been an electric showcase night. Oh yeah, we do love the app, that's for sure. But back on my soapbox for like 10 more minutes. I'm gonna take a break, rest my voice a little bit. The collegiate experience. It's another thing that I feel well qualified to talk about. Being involved with Auburn's club esports program, now being a collegiate coach myself. There's so much that goes into collegiate that kind of gets glossed over if it's not CRL or CCA Summer Series. There's so many regional leagues. Like, I've got up there the logos for the Peach Belt Conference and the SEL, Southeastern Esports League. Those are conferences and leagues that I'm involved with personally. And there are regional leagues all over the place. Great Lakes CRL is another great one up north. The SUNY, the MAEC, there are so many conferences and leagues that are regional that you can watch if you're interested. If you live in that area, it's a good place to start. It's a place to meet people too, because they'll have local LANs drive out to. Local LANs are a great way to have a bit of fun. Like, I know they're not big like RLCS LANs like Asher and I were talking about 20 minutes ago, but man, local LANs have a special kind of energy, a special kind of personality, personability. You're right there with the players and the coaches and the casters, and it's very cool. I would highly recommend. Thanks, Nation. What's up, Asian Eyes? I like the yap too. I appreciate the W yap, Nation. I need to get a chat box on this screen, I'm realizing. But there are also more national leagues, like NECC, NACE, two of them, Playfly, another one, ECAC is another good one. These are all leagues that I play in. EGF, I think, has collegiate competition as well. There are so many national competitions at the CRL level, like for teams that aren't SSL, full SSL bubble scene players. CECC is another good one. That's a fun LAN hosted by Esports U, who've now been brought up twice. Colleague, a good platform to stay up to date with Collegiate Rocket League. They're kind of the body that watches over CRL and sees what happens. CCS is another good league. Nation, I saw you pop into chat. I had to bring you guys up before you yelled at me in DMs. But yeah, CCS, Division 1, Rocket League. even bigger W yap. Yep. There's so many opportunities to watch and get involved. And the communities are so much fun. 'Cause it's college kids. Like, I enjoy it. It's a good way to be involved. Especially when you're a high schooler. Like, get involved at the collegiate level. Maybe not playing, but watching, getting familiar, and then you learn things about what happens in the collegiate scene. Which, speaking of getting involved, good segue, completely intentional. Get involved at your high school. Like, involvement pays off. If you're not doing anything, and this doesn't just go for esports, it goes for all things. Like, get experiences while you're in high school, while it's organized and easy to be a part of. I would highly recommend that. I bet with recruits that are like the president or the vice president or the founder of their esports program at their respective school, and that opens eyes for college recruiters. That shows you that's a good kid. That's someone who's driven, and that is someone that we want to give a scholarship to be a part of our program, you know? So involvement pays. And even in the Rocket League scene, like, get involved, play in community leagues, get yourself competitive experience that maybe with different teammates than your high school teammates or collegiate teammates, but it's experience. It helps you grow as a competitor, and especially at the high school level. Like, if you can go into college with experience with your high school team, but also experience in the community scene, like playing in your LOS champs, your Rocket League Trilogy series, your Ascend tournament series. Just, there's so many to choose from. Finding places to compete. There, your Black Line Championship series. There you go again, Nation. Hey, reach out to Nation. He'll get you involved there. Although it's gonna be pretty good to play in the VLCS nowadays. That is what I've heard. But get involved somehow. It really does pay. shows people that you're into esports, and the important people are going to notice that you are involved and experienced. Because if you're a super quiet nerd that's trying to get experience at the collegiate level, you know, that's good, and you will. Like, it's okay to be a super quiet nerd, but it's a little tougher to get noticed as well. You got to branch out just a little bit. So involvement, it definitely pays. I could not recommend that more. As someone who's now gone through 4 years of high school, 3.5 years of college, I am where I am right now because I was involved in a lot of different capacities. Like, involved in I was in the pond club in my high school. We had a pond in the middle of the school, and the club was us cleaning the pond like once a week. I met some lifelong friends there. And the programming club, met some esports people through that. It's a good way to be involved. I was in the TV program at high school. Can you believe that? That's honestly what got me here. Like, I'm traveling to Twitch cons to cast over video games because I was involved in high school, and I kept that going. I found what I liked. I stuck to it. I'm right here right now, probably because I did that. So you never know what you'll find you like, and it's easier to set yourself on a course that you'll want to follow the rest of your life if you're involved early on. So that's what I would tell a high schooler. Well, I've got a platform with hopefully a couple high schoolers listening. Get involved. Do that. But that's the end of my little soapbox. I guess that was like half an hour, 20 minutes maybe of me talking. We got more high school Rocket League coming up in 15 minutes time. Let me blow up the screen a little bit. Hold on a second. It's gonna take me a moment to find the graphic that I've got. Forgot to set it up for this scene. Here we go. Alright, good enough. There we go. High School Showcase 2. I've already been to the first 2 series. They both went to Game 7. So, Forsyth Central, Grand Forks Central. Got a lot to live up to in the next series on stream. It's Georgia versus North Dakota. We're traveling a ways for that. Well, hypothetically, you know, like up in the internet waves. Battle of the Centrals, exactly. Thank you, Asian Eyes. Forsyth Central captain right there. And then after that, Eagen High School versus Lake Shore High School's Shorian Esports. So, Battle of Minnesota versus Michigan. That ought to be a great way to cap the night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. So, stacked night of Rocket League. It has been a phenomenal evening so far. And we're only, I guess we're above halfway through now, but only by a little bit. We're only a little bit halfway through this night of our high school showcase. What's up, Reed? How you doing? Thanks for popping in, man. Oh, yeah. Those kids will be future CCS superstars for sure, Nation. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. All right, I got it, Reed. I got it. Okay. I'm going to go to a break for about 8 minutes. I got a special friend joining me in the booth. A couple special friends joining me in the booth as Kev Dog Casts will be here for the Forsyth Central versus Grand Forks Central High School. And then Mr. Pyro J is joining me for the final series of the night. It's going to be a fun one. Don't go too far. My high school showcase will be right back in about 10 minutes. See you then. right, welcome back to the second leg of the show. Got two more high school show matches on the docket here. Forsyth Central versus Grand Forks Central, which is an awesome name, by the way, are going to duke it out in the Battle of the Centrals. It's Georgia versus North Dakota, which is a rivalry between states that you didn't know you needed. But we get that here, and it'll be a best-of-7 show match for those of you just joining us and not perhaps familiar with how the high school showcase works. And for those also not familiar, you will be surprised to learn that my production quality is not good, and I've forgotten to update my overlay. So again, please forgive my looking off to the side. It's not that I don't want to make eye contact with you. It's just that I can't at the moment. I have to focus very hard on making sure my overlay is correct, but I've got it sorted. So we will be good once teams are able to get into the lobby. This is a battle of kind of C3, GC1, average teams-ish. I know we got a couple higher ranked players, and then they're balanced out by some lower ranked players like Diamond 3, Champ 1, Champ 2 sort of players. So it should be an even affair. This is when I really don't know how it's going to go, but it's going to be an enjoyable one regardless. And I'll talk about info. I'll talk about player info in just a little bit. Players are having difficulty getting into the lobby, so again, I'm going to be looking off to the side while things are getting set up. Just making sure everybody's able to get in. One team's having difficulty launching the game. The other team's having difficulty getting everybody at their setups. So we're just gonna we're gonna chill for now. I can talk about what has transpired already tonight, as it has been an electric night of Rocket League. 2 Game 7s, and I rarely get 1 Game 7 on a night like Tuesday Night Lights or my high school showcase. But Jordan High School and Noble High School, Utah versus Oklahoma, competed earlier. They went to Game 7, and it was an electric full set. Followed up by another one. The Esports Legends of North Carolina, they lost in Game 7 against Ohio Virtual Academy, giving it one last ride as a unit, which is awesome to see. Ova just squeak it out in the final moments of them playing together as a team. So a lot of hype to live up to for Forsyth Central and Grand Forks Central, as I know this Forsyth Central team is seasoned. I believe, and this is something I'm gonna get yelled at if I'm wrong. This is the alma mater of the DJ TJ and the Buddy, two Georgia Rocket League staples. But I'm only like 80% certain about that. I know this is soon to be the alma mater of legendary Rocket League GC3 Asian Eyes, who's been in chat tonight. He's gonna put on a show for us on the pitch. He is one of the higher ranked players in the lobby that Grand Forks Central is going to have to shut down. Like, honestly, it's going to be about how he plays, I think, and how he elevates his teammates in a series like this. That's going to determine how this match shakes up. So that's what we know about the Forsyth Central side of things. But I need to pull up the average ranks. Jtron is the GC2 alongside a Champ 2 and a Champ 3. That'll be playing for Grand Forks High School. And so it's like it's a high ranked player versus a lower ranked player versus a team with a high ranked player, low ranked players. All right, there's too much going on right now. This is what happens when I'm doing this on my own, which I signed up for myself, is my stream after all. But you'll have to bear with me as we're getting the players in. Team members are assembled, as Team Captain Asian Eyes has put it. So we will get going here in just a second. The Prodigies are joining the lobby. So, let's hope they put on a show for us. Asian Eyes, That Con Man, and Big Boy Slugger are the heavy hitters on Forsyth Central's end. I love the names at the high school level, I think, are a lot more creative than the names at the collegiate level. You got good ones at the collegiate level, but I swear some of these high school names are better than entire teams at the collegiate level. Like Big Boy Slugger, Asian Eyes, Amethyst Nuke. Well, I don't even know what that means, but they're all in the lobby, and they all are pretty good at Rocket League. So I'm going to let them know that they can go ahead and join up once they've given me the ready signal. And we'll get underway with our penultimate best of 7 show match of the night. Georgia versus North Dakota. And you don't see too many teams in the North Dakota area. Imagine not doing a test lobby. Who do you think I am, Reed? What am I, the RLCS over here? I'm running high school matches. Ain't doing no test lobby. The day I can afford an admin that will run a test lobby for me is the day that I will have money to run these events. So here we go. Rocket League with no test lobby. If they're lagging, we just reset. Game 1 is underway. And this is gonna be a slugfest. It's gonna be sloppy Rocket League. If you came here for pristine, spotless Rocket League, then this is not the series you are going to find it. There'll be glimmers. It's going to be sloppy. That's a nice save though. Asian Eyes diving back to get a huge save out to the side. Grand Forks Central with great possession early on right here. Still yet to find their opening goal. This could be it though. The Chef centering that ball by way of a defender. And still, Forsyth Central survive in defense. $50 a match, Reed. Hey, I'll take you up on that. Get Vessel teams in a show match for a prize pool. I ain't putting $50 of my own money on every prize pool though. If you got sponsors, I am more than happy to talk with them. Which I have been talking recently to some potential sponsors for Tuesday Night Lights. I'm very excited to tease that. We'll see if they pan out, but I'm working. And all the viewership, like right now, 25 or so viewers watching the stream. It's because of all of you right now that I can even work with sponsors to get these, get prize pools up production value, and still make calls when players in front of me score great goals. Clean shot by Amethyst Nuke. Sent a missile towards an empty net thanks to J-Tron. And that will finally be the Grand Forks Central goal that they have been pining for the last 60 or so seconds since we took that opening kickoff. But we're seeing a lot of lawnmower boosts on the pitch. It's just the one, and I've heard it. The Chef definitely has one. He has an open net. He's denied. Asian Eyes. That ball taken away from him is beaten right there as well. Big Boy Slugger, though, in the box, trying to find a clear, and Grand Forks Central just will not allow that ball to hop over the midfield line. That's another great shot, this time coming from J-Tron's car. Nuke to get that ball out, but instead just feeds Asian Eyes. A bit of a dangerous play right there, but no harm done. Still, 1 goal lead intact for Grand Forks Central. And Mary Grace, if you're cheering for Central, you're going to have to be more specific in this one. I did not realize this coming into this show match, that this would be a battle for the Centrals. But hey, if you're just going to cheer for a Central, you'll have a winner no matter what. And that, if you're looking for that, it's perfect. Well, Forsyth Central has finally flipped the field. They got a decent look on offense, but J-Tron, big carry, stopped by that con man at the goal line. That's not an easy block to find. Combined for another. Con man using Asian Eyes' car to get out and into an open net that Asian Eyes is there to put in. 1-1. Forsyth Central will answer back right here, and it's just a botched transition back into defense. It's the cardinal sin right there of transitional defense. Don't slam the ball off your side wall unless you know you've got a teammate there to field it. And even then, you're playing with fire. Grand Forks Central getting burned. And Asian Eyes trying to continue that. Big boy Slugger, tough save. Oh, gotta hit the trading packs for that one. That one is tough. We've all been there. Back to the play. You're just trying to make the read, and when you're around that low champ level, that is a difficult ball. 2-1. Grand Forks Central claiming one back. Hopping out in front once again. Looking for more. J-Tron's got space, but that con man on the near side. Stop things for Forsyth Central. Get Asian Eyes out with boosts. Fake. Can't grab boost in the corner though, so forced to back off. Con man will try and keep the ball in play, but backflip into it. Not going to be enough to keep control of the rock. Asian Eyes to make a tough shot. Tough save as J-Tron. A tough shot to save on target. Slugger making one as well. Forks Central just trying to coax this lead to a Game 1 victory. But Asian Eyes has some space. If he's able to get to this ball quickly, J-Tron contesting him, pokes it around his counterpart on the other side of the pitch. Will force Forsyth Central to reset. Except they do. Nice been beaten. 16 boost in hand. Big boy Slugger that has to make a play. And he can't read that final touch. Grand Forks Central one step closer now, securing Game 1. Good hydration happening. Gotta make sure we're staying fresh all the way through the show. Well, best of sevens is not easy to get through. I need to get a coffee company to sponsor me. That's what I need. Gotta get my sales team on that. But right now, the Grand Forks Central team on top of the Game 1 win. Let's see something crazy here from Forsyth Central, which we will not, unfortunately. They'll reserve the craziness for a bit later in the series. 9 shots to 3. Asian Eyes, the lone supplier of shots on target. He's either going to have to carry this series, which you look at. I mean, when you have a GC3 and D3 C1s, you do look to them to lead the charge. And so far, he is leading the charge. But I know that calm man, Big Boy Slugger, can step up for their team. They got to do it here because Grand Forks Central looks solid. They just look a little, one step better than Forsyth Central. Everyone was getting involved for Grand Forks Central. Everyone will stay involved here. Pass mid, J-Tron. Try to get that ball on target. Goes off to the side, and this move though. Stepping up, second in command in that rotation. Will actually send the ball the opposite way as well. A little awkward. But it gets the job done. Again, it's not pretty, but you do what you gotta do to win games. You do what you gotta do to show off your skills. And was there a defender going across the net there? The Asian Eyes definitely thought there was one. I didn't see one. I will take his word for it. He's a lot better at this game than I am. He's just bullying Forsyth Central, but Bulldogs get the last laugh. The chef, great control there off the ceiling. Love to see that kind of display of mechanical ability. And it sets up J-Tron down the line. Eagen has no boost. The Chef off the back wall will set up a shot that Amethyst Nuke has saved by Asian Eyes. What a block. Nothing in the boost tank, but enough to find a clear that leads to a shot that the Chef gets in the way of. Wonderful goal line defense. He flips it around off the back wall. The Chef really trying to get his team in the lead early on here. For the time being, Forsyth Central was surviving. Amethyst Nuke, though, going to change that narrative as J-Tron wins that ball through the corner, and that con man is left in a difficult spot. Bar down and in. Grand Forks Central picking up right where they left off after game 1. Minutes in though, this is more than manageable for Forsyth Central. J-Tron though, trying to make it less so. The center ball to Amethyst Nuke. Grand Forks Central again try to establish themselves in the offensive zone and limit the counterattack opportunities for Forsyth Central. I mean, these guys know each other's ranks. They know that there is one guy on the field that is a higher rank than a majority of the lobby. Or two guys on the field that are higher ranked than the majority of the lobby. They shut that guy down. The Chef, though, has been a wonderful third man for Grand Forks Central. And with this Nuke and J-Tron doing work in offense, the Chef, defense, solid as a rock. And I didn't mention game 1, but for Grand Forks Central, if you are looking to recruit them, up with another year, all juniors on that roster, full class of 2026. They've got even another year to develop as competitors. But right now, looking good. And on the flip side, I mean, Forsyth Central, all seniors, so you gotta wait a little less long if you're looking to recruit them for your program. Go Rocket League is right. Happy trails. Amen to that. Good game here in game 2. Forsyth Central have done a bit better of a job of stopping Grand Forks Central. Until now. That does change his Amethyst Nuke. It's an extra little touch right there. That makes Asian Eyes, the big boy slugger, think they can go for that ball, but they were still beaten by J-Tron. Still speedy as ever. That will be a 2-0 lead. Now in game 2. Which, there's still a minute and 15 seconds left. Grand Forks Central can still throw this game. And the reason I bring that up isn't because I'm rooting against them, but because the 2 series prior to this, 2 show matches that have run already tonight, the team that has gone up 2-0 in the series has ended up losing in game 7. So there's some kind of curse tonight. If Grand Forks Central feel confident enough that they can break the curse, then all right, keep winning game 2. Don't feel this 3-goal lead. But don't say I didn't warn you. 50 seconds left now. With a 3-goal lead in hand, this is a fairly safe margin. Asian Eyes is trying to get himself back here. He's got a little bit of space off the sidewall. Chef challenging off the ceiling. That is a tremendous challenge. Big boy slugger, a pop for himself. Will beat one. He's going to go 50 with the other. J-Tron, fake challenge doesn't work out. The con man has their shots saved by Amethyst Nuke. And that is a team rule 1. Really broken, obviously. Great defense by Grand Forks Central. Which, alright, the mystery, I think, has been solved. Mary Grace is rooting for Grand Forks Central. That is the Central she is rooting for. So far, so good for GFC. Asian Eyes, maybe get one for the road here. Not even that. The Chef, another save. Maybe one. No. That one should be credited. But the chef not giving it. Still, a win is a win, and the chef will take it, I am sure. 2 saves is all that he got, but it sure felt like he was making a lot more happen on the goal line for GFC. 3 of the 5 shots from Forsyth Central saved by GFC. And J-Tron leading the charge. It's what you expect. Able to get just a little bit more out of his teammates so far in this series. But, like I said, the 2-0 series lead is cursed. Got to be careful with that. We'll find ourselves in Game 3, needing a comeback from Forsyth Central. J-Tron's trying to style on him. I like that. But that net is open on the other side of things. The chef not able to get there, and neither was J-Tron. Asian Eyes finds first blood of Game 3. Forsyth Central will undo the silence they suffered in their Game 2 shutout. J-Tron can silence his opponents once again. Flip reset. That con man was just waiting on. I wanted to see where that went. Just in? Is that just in? It is! Amethyst nuke from out of nowhere. Literally out of nowhere. We'll just put that in somehow. Top left corner. You couldn't place that better if you got a free shooting lane. Unbelievable. Oh, and Mama J-Tron's in chat. Now I see why Grand Forks Central is doing so well. J-Tron's got to show out for his mom. I love it. I love it when parents are in chat. It makes me so happy. But the boys are locked in. Grand Forks Central take an early deficit here, but have found their way back. Chef has missed, though. Leaving it for J-Tron. Follow this ball. He will. Shot. It's a little bit wide. The rebound from Amethyst. Nuke is good. 2-1. GFC. They go down early and they are unfazed. Minute in here. Still plenty of action left to be seen. That could be action on the Grand Forks Central side. It's a flip reset. Ooh, a sidewall shot that J-Tron follows and puts in. What a kickoff performance here. Every single bounce in that sequence went the way of Grand Forks Central. And 3-1 has been a safe lead so far for Grand Forks Central in this set. Asian Eyes can try and get one back here. Good shot, but there are 2 players on the goal line. They're able to save that ball away. J-Tron tries Asian Eyes might. Will not be caught up to. Possession has been turned one way, but it always leads back to more opportunities the Grand Forks Central way. Everyone's flip resetting tonight for GFC. They're looking good doing it. The chef now faking it for J-Tron. Shot far left. Finds Hater. Grand Forks Central putting on a show. With 3 minutes left, this really is getting out of hand. GFC fans in chat will be very happy, but Forsyth Central gotta show something soon. They've nearly conceded a 5th. Defensive stand at the moment. You can see some offense from the Bulldogs. He's backed off, letting his 2 mates up front do the heavy lifting of flipping the field. J-Tron, though, will get past one, find a teammate, but Asian Eyes in that passing lane immediately and rewarded for it with an open net. 4-2, Asian Eyes going to get one back. Grand Forks Central have their lead cut down by just a little bit. Just past halftime. Good 50-50. Could one as well. That con man catch up to this? No. J-Tron could though. Asian Eyes playing carefully there. Trying to gain possession. Instead though, a shot has been given up. Just played that ball a little bit too far out wide with no passing option there. Clear is made. Big boy Slugger hit this back wall where J-Tron is. He's got plenty of boost to control this to the side wall. Pinch it mid. Side Central though, guarding the midfield line maybe a bit too heftily. That net is open, but Chef couldn't redirect that ball on target. Asian Eyes allowed that ball waterfall down, but J-Tron, that is wonderful control on the backboard. Gets past another and 50s that ball in favor of Grand Forks Central until Asian Eyes beats everybody. 4-3. Forsyth Central are now within one. Seconds left here. This is anybody's game. As Asian Eyes is figuring out how to play this matchup, I feel. Keep control. See if you can't gain possession, but unfortunately on the other side of things, J-Tron is answering back immediately off kickoff. And now I'll get the lead back up to 2. Tough read for Big Boy Slugger. That's how J-Tron's been playing tonight. It's easy to respect that extra touch, but it never came. Instead, J-Tron did enough with those initial couple of touches. Grand Forks Central hit the 5-goal mark. 2 up. Oh, that's a shot for Big Boy Slugger. And can't connect on. Big opportunity gone by the wayside for Forsyth Central. J-Tron, again, trying to style a little bit on him. Sticking with the play. Could have let go. Ends up panning out or not. Big pinch out. We'll get the ball away. Amethyst Nuke. This is a doink. Boy Slugger given some space on the ball. We'll poke it to Asian Eyes. Off the corner. Who's got this read? Asian Eyes does, but it's too far wide to be a shot on frame. Still, Forsyth Central with a bit of energy here in offense. Have an opportunity, but again, the chef, the closer, more like, finds a big touch out to the corner that could very well be the clear that gets Grand Forks Central a 3-0 series lead. Whoa! What a save! That was something. Doesn't have any kind of consequence, but it's cool to watch. Grand Forks Central secure things. A 3-0 series lead is what they have in store for Forsyth Central. I mean, 15 shots to 7 kind of tells you the tale. Forsyth Central, they just need a little bit more. Defensively, offensively, in the midfield, it's not a complete game from them just yet. And it's going to have to be for 4 straight games if they are going to reverse sweep Grand Forks Central, who have just looked solid. I mean, in defense, they're doing what they have to do. The touches they're getting are enough to stop the offensive game plan of Forsyth Central. If they can just get the ball out of Asian Eye's hands, in most cases, so far, that's been enough to stop an offense from Forsyth Central. Boy Slugger and that con man, no, they've shown glimpses of what they can do. It's a good setup, but corner defense of Forsyth Central is right there. And again, the cardinal sin, that con man play the ball off the sidewall. Look at himself out of danger though. And Turret, I see you in chat. Exclamation point Tuesday Night Lights. That is the collegiate equivalent of what I'm running tonight with my high school showcase. just as fun. Just on a Tuesday night. Oh, explosions. Rampant on the field. Car parts and oil litter Sovereign Heights. No goals. It's only explosions outside of the two teams' nets. Asian Eyes trying to change that. Tight angle shot. It's good. Forsyth Central out in front. Will again take first blood in this one. The trick, though, is defending that lead. They weren't able to do in games previous. Big boy Slugger off kickoff had a chance, but Chef is very good in that kind of position. And now, Asian Eyes has been bumped. Big boy Slugger tried to stop ball. The Chef's trying to fake everybody, and it's only given J-Tron more time on the rock. They come back to bite Grand Forks Central, though. They got to clear the other way. Asian Eyes off the back wall. That con man just misses out. It was a great opportunity for Forsyth Central. Ball straight down. Atron's there. That con man's dived in. Big boy Slugger's been zoned off the play by a fake. But Asian Eyes on the scene, gets the ball away. Forsyth Central will continue to defend this one-goal lead they've gotten very well. Possession has changed hands, however. Forsyth Central. They're controlling the game a lot better here in Game 4 than the first three. They're hanging back just a little bit at that midfield line. Not committing too much. That could have been dangerous with two players moving up if that ball wasn't available in space, but it's smarter. Oh, that's a dangerous pitch the other way. Asian Eyes is awkward, but that ball hangs on the goal line, waiting for someone to put it in the back of the Forsyth Central net. And with this Nuke trying to provide that role, he can't do it. Big boy Slugger finds the clear for Forsyth Central. In the corner, as a teammate mid will get that ball in the orange box, but that teammate bailed out. No real opportunity there. Forsyth Central to put a second one in. Good placement of the orange cars on the field. And that good defensive stand. It's Grand Forks Central away from their half for just a little bit. Into a decent position. Maybe tie us up. The pre-jumping Chef. J-Tron's going to take it himself. Misses out. Woodwork finding a big block there for Forsyth Central. Asian Eyes taken out with no boost. And that leaves Big Boy Slugger alone in defense. No! Asian Eyes respawn very fortuitously. And we'll find a counterattack the other way. So that should have been a dangerous ball. Again, though, the Bulldogs in position. Couple interceptions by Asian Eyes. 60 seconds left. Forsyth Central to extend this lead, or extend this series, rather. Now J-Tron's in a 1v1. Asian Eyes trying to cut back, and he can't do it, but the crossbar again bails out Forsyth Central. Oh, if you are a GFC fan, you gotta feel pretty hard done by at the moment. With so many opportunities glancing off the woodwork. J-Tron will try again, though, unfazed. Pop the ball up the back wall. Then we're going to get up for that. The Chef is, but that shot goes off the crossbar. Asian Eyes denies the rebound. Now J-Tron has to get something started late here. And it starts with near side defense. The Chef to the ball stripped from him. With this Nuke will look for J-Tron and actually succeed in getting the ball to his teammate. Out to the side. The Chef off the crossbar and out. A cursed Grand Forks Central could not score that game. 9 shots. Only 2 of them saved. I think the 7 others went off the crossbar and the posts. It happens. You got a 3-game lead in hand, though, so I don't think Grand Forks Central is going to feel too disappointed with how that game went. Maybe if they drop 2 more, they'll start to worry just a touch about what could have been in game 4. Could have been a sweep of their central counterparts, but it's all right. Another game we'll play here. Game 5 between Forsyth Central and Grand Forks Central. Off kickoff. Forsyth Central's going to try and find themselves first blood again. That opening advantage is what they have been granted the last 2 games in this best of 7. One game, they ended up losing 5-3. But the last game, they held on to that 1-goal lead for dear life. Oh my word. Grand Forks Central not happy about losing a game. J-Tron is finding so many demos, and Asian Eyes is going to put the ball in for him. I don't think he had a choice. I think that was going in regardless, but we're only 40 seconds in to game 5. And that's 5 demos for Grand Forks Central. So they will have the luxury of scoring first. Asian Eyes missed there. That con man. Hard shot from the midfield line. Looking for something. It's down J-Tron on the back wall. That's not what Forsyth Central likes to see. Good boy Slugger a pop up. J-Tron's right there. No double though. 2 go for Forsyth Central. Chaos being inflicted on the pitch as Asian Eyes demos 1, fakes another with no boost, flicks on target. J-Tron is there. I am loving the battle that's erupting between J-Tron and Asian Eyes. Wolves try to will their team over the line at times. Chef puts that ball up the corner. More demos on the pitch. And big boy Slugger sets up Asian Eyes. There's the answer for Forsyth Central. Anything you can do, we can do. A little bit less, but just as effective. Forsyth Central toss the demo Grand Forks Central's way. Sam with his nuke, the first on the scene here. Gets back by that con man, setting up Asian Eyes for an easy finish. Asian Eyes takes the lead for Forsyth Central. That double commit comes back to bite. Grand Forks Central, that for the most part has been fairly solid in defense in this series. Boy Slugger has all kinds of agency in the corner. But off the back wall, Asian Eyes has to watch as J-Tron and the Chef combine for a quick hit down the line. That was pretty. I mean, a simple pass out from back forward to midfield, to the back of the net. They just hit Forsyth Central quickly before they could recover. Get established in a defense. And we're tied up again. So, half of game 5 is to be played. And that was almost a lead gained at halftime for Grand Forks Central. Still could see the lead change hands. It's up in the air at the moment in our tied game state. That's a center ball, and with his nuke, we'll hustle out to it. Can't pick up the midfield boost. That's Asian Eyes. Play the ball out to the side. Chef, 8 touch into the corner. Wave dash, just baiting everybody out until he sets up his teammates for a shot. J-Tron can't finish the play. Amethyst nuke couldn't either. And so we will stay tied at 2 apiece. Out of the corner, that con man pickpockets Amethyst nuke, but the Chef has his teammates back. He's called awkwardly off the back wall. This nuke returns the favor Central find their escape hatch to establish offense, but Eagen is trying not to allow it. He'll deny it. That con man, we'll see if he fares better. So far, so good. Chef collecting, flicking, 50. Really has control. Grand Forks Central play more offense at the moment. They only just now established themselves. Nice shot by the chef. Midfield line, J-Tron gonna slow the ball down. Almost confuse the Forsyth Central defense. Kind of lulled them into a false sense of security. Maybe some awkward midfield play that wasn't. That's a nice bump though. Is the finisher there? Yes! Amethyst Nuke puts what could be the series winning goal in. That's a great bump on the back wall though by the chef. Heads up Rocket League in his opponent's half. And now we gotta see something special out of Forsyth Central. Or just something right off kickoff. That con man almost found it. The chef wants to extend the lead. No flip reset allowed though. Asian Eyes can't get control. It's J-Trons. Asian Eyes on the goal line. Comes up clutch. That could have very well been the series over and done with. This could be two. Asian Eyes has no boost, but he pinches the ball out to safety in his corner. J-Tron picks up 100, but go up with the play. Instead plays patiently off the side wall. It's actually Amethyst Nuke. The chef looking to secure this thing, but Asian Eyes has control. Gets up in the air. Flip reset. Gets two to jump, but that ball will fall. And Grand Forks Central win in Game 5. Northern supremacy here. North Dakota beat Georgia in our third show match of the night. And look at that pressure that Grand Forks Central poured on. Amethyst Nuke had himself a hat trick. Great showing out of GFC. They had the fans in chat as well to back it up. But Forsyth Central, they were right there so often. I mean, that last game, a one-goal game, it felt like they were figuring it out. Just couldn't quite get the ball over the line when they needed to. But GG's all around. Grand Forks Central, your third winner of tonight. And J-Tron, if you're listening to the stream, you are very welcome. GFC was supposed to play last week, but I wasn't able to find a team at their level. And so I had to postpone them to this week. They were very patient. And, hey, they showed up and showed out against a very solid Forsyth Central team. I think this was a top 16, maybe top 8 team in play versus in Georgia. So, North Dakota getting the dub here. Congrats to Grand Forks Central. But the night is not done with yet. I am going to ask them if they want to start early. But we've got Eagen High School from Minnesota against Shorian Esports at Lakeshore High School in Michigan. Coming up as the final series of the night. And I see the two captains in chat. GG's, guys. Thanks for playing tonight. That was a good showing. Can't wait to have you on again. Can't wait to watch what you're capable of during the season in your respective states. And congrats on the win, J-Tron. I hear a follow. It's not going to pop up. Who was that? Mary Grace followed. The GFC fan, thank you. And Shorian Esports followed earlier. They're ready for their series. And I am too. Kicking off in about 20 minutes time. I'm going to see if they're ready to go early. But if not, then that will be when we're starting. 9 Central, 10 Eastern. And Shorian Esports in chat. Let's go Shorians. All right. I love the school support. I'm taking a break. I'll be back in a little bit. Enjoy the synthwave. Enjoy the bird's eye view of some old replays of mine in the break screen. See you in a bit. Welcome back to my high school showcase. We got one final series on the docket for tonight, and I'm bringing in a heavy hitter for our final series of the evening. Mr. Pyro J just finished up his stream, rated the channel. Shout out to everybody that came over here. And I mean, Jake, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Blake. It's good to be chatting with you no matter what it is. But when it's in the booth, it is the best, man. I wouldn't be called to action in any other format, whether it be a Bepic showdown for collegiate or high school. We're doing a big high school match tonight. Yeah. The lights are bright, and I want them to blind me tonight. Okay, let's get to it, man.
All right, well, that's perfect timing because both teams are ready. So we're just going to jump straight into it. We've had a long enough break. I know you're probably tired from streaming a while. So we got Eagen High School out of Minnesota. We got Shorian Esports out of Michigan. That's Lake Shore High School for those unfamiliar. So a battle of the Great Lakes, essentially, to cap us off. So let's get it started. I mean, Fresh Mode already has.
Who's the northernmost tribe in the high school Rocket League scene? Who's the king of the north, they could say, and he's burning it all down. It's Inferno.
That's a funny oxymoron, having Inferno as your name, but being a very, very northern high school player. Hey, Shorian Esports on the board first. 17 seconds, all it took them. They are starting off on the right foot.
I'll tell you what, Eagen and Shorian are two names that really ring a bell to me, having been in and around the high school Rocket League scene for a few years now. Eagen especially. I know these players come with a reputation. Flo in particular recognized him as soon as I was in the lobby, and I'm expecting big things from him today.
Captain, the guy that got these three players in here tonight, they are playing with a sub from Hopkins High School, as they had a third that wasn't able to make it today. So Fresh Mode is the substitute of the not typical roster for Eagen. So they're rocking with a different trio than normal, and so is Shorian. Both teams playing with a little bit of an amalgamated roster, just to get some practice in tonight, get each other experience, and fresh mode looking good. Substitute. Now talk about superstar. We're tied up.
Hey, when you got half the name of beast mode, you're gonna pull a place like this. Clean double tap, good setup off the backboard, and it's a man on a mission right there. He knew exactly what he wanted.
How about that? I speak it into existence. I give him the spotlight for a second. Fresh mode makes the most of it. Love to see it. You don't expect to see that level of shot erupting in a high school show match.
No, you don't, but let's keep the good times rolling, okay? Fresh mode, he kind of creased the door open, now they're breaking it through. Again, I expected Flo to be the guy to talk about, but everyone else doing the work that matters, putting these guys of Eagen in the lead.
Hey, I'm sure Flo's happy to see it. The two out in front doing some heavy lifting. Fresh mode looking for more, and I feel like they would have hit that if Darkino not been there, but there you go. There's your guy, Flo, finding a response off the side wall.
As much as I want to put the exclamation marks around this big shot, this big goal, now I'm thinking about more question marks for Shorian Esports, because they started out so hot with Inferno with the opening goal, and 3 conceded in a row. We might make it 4 here off the kickoff. Things are sort of falling off the wheels here, Bepic.
Yeah, just a touch. I mean, there's plenty of time left, but you hate to stare down the barrel of a 3-goal deficit. That is never easy to come back from. I mean, game 1, you're getting your feet underneath you here, but hey, Shorian Esports, I know they're capable of making this comeback happen. I mean, Relic's now a collegiate player while having graduated this past spring over at the GVSU program, so I know they got the talent, and right there, I mean, talk about a great setup that Darkino wasn't quite able to put down.
All right, well, hey, as Fresh Mode tries to put the stop bins, instead it's going to go the other way by Relic. Congratulations to Relic. Graduating is a serious business, you know? You gotta make it all the way, and then to have those hopes over at GVSU to continue on with that, that's awesome news. And I know these players will work just as hard in the classroom as they are here on the field. So that stuff very important, especially as you and I, Blake, are very keyed in to that collegiate scene and the people that are filling in those roles. Filling in the gap on the back line, though, are both teams, as this has been our longest stretch without a goal.
It nearly ended, though, a second ago. It was a wonderful save made by Eagen. Keep that 3-goal lead intact. Dark trying to get one back, but freshman on the near side just kind of stuffs that attempted infield pass, and Flo attempting to get that ball to a teammate through the corner. Maybe unsuccessful, but receiving the ball eventually. Another clear for Eagen. Good defensive stand, but it's getting closer for Shorian Esports.
I like what Darkinho was up to in the corner there. It was a tap at the corner.
There it is.
And it was a pass to somebody. This is an unorthodox passing routine here, Bepic.
Yeah, fresh. Okay. Yeah, I see what you saw. I looked down for a second and the ball went in. I was like, okay, Shorian Esports scored, but they did have a little bit of help along the way. I mean, fresh mode, the goal that they hit to kick us off was so spectacular, I'll forgive a little bit of an own goal. But that is a response and a half from Relic off kickoff, getting back within 1.
This is a shootout, Mr. Bepic. Yeah, they understand that there is a show to provide to their audience, and so they are doing exactly that. No, what we're seeing is the potential of these players actually rise up, and we are seeing the potential in game number 1 of this best of 7. Relic, another flip reset goal here. Makes me think about what the rest of the series has to offer us.
Well, hopefully multiple flip resets on a lot of different plays. That was spectacular from Relic. Capped it off with a dunk as well on the goal line. It's a statement game 1, I think, from both teams. Both hitting immaculate shots, and I mean, Shorian Esports committing a 3-goal comeback now, forcing some defensive mistakes from Eagen High School, and now it's Eagen's turn. Show what they can do in clutch time.
And I just love this response in general from Lakeshore. I mean, being down 3 goals or beaten into the ground, but they dust off the dirt from their pants and they get back up, and here they are, tie game, nearly a minute remaining. Will that resolve stay? Will they continue that momentum into a win here, or will we finally see Eagen clap back?
With what I've seen from the high school teams playing tonight, I genuinely have no idea. I don't think predicting is a smart task whatsoever. For the level of talent we've got on here and the level of unpredictability that both teams, that all high school teams seem to supply. And 46 seconds left and 2 going up in defense. Well, it's a bit more of a certain outcome that again still isn't certain. The crossbar and post stop Eagen's attempt at a late go-ahead goal, and that should be a clear.
That is a big look for Eagen late in this game, pivotal to tone setting this series that will run dry for them. Question for them is if they'll get an opportunity like that again. Final seconds, we see a pinch, stretch this ball across the field. Picking up on it is Relic. Wave Dash won't keep control, and Darginho, a vulnerable spot to put that ball in, now allowing Fresh Mode to work towards the back line. Flo is going to reach up and down towards this ball, opening for Opto in the final seconds, but it's dropped back down to the ground, and in game 1, we've got OT.
Well, we narrowly avoided an immediate answer from Eagen. They had all kinds of control that final 90-second stretch, and they were going to continue that control into overtime with the first opportunity of our extra period of Rocket League. But Shorian Esports do get away out of defense. Opto put them right back into it, though. We will start overtime where we ended regulation.
And here we go. We almost saw the end of game number 1. A big dive in there from Eagen. They felt like they were robbed of their earlier goal late in regulation, so early in OT, they'll snag it away. It's Flo with the drop down.
And the replay gave us a nice visual of the sideline. I don't know why, but Flo dunked that ball in pretty handily. I mean, Darginho was on the back wall in position, just Flo got the better of him up there. That is a wonderful finish for Eagen, and yes, it is a best of 7 for those wondering the format, and I think we could go the distance in this one again.
Really feels like that. I mean, towards the end of that game, with the comeback from Shorian Esports, it felt like the domino could drop either way, that we were balancing on a tightrope and we were going to fall one way, just didn't know which way that was. So for Eagen to rise back up and control that overtime, get those shots to flood in, we ended up with 10 from them and only 6 from Shorian. I would say we were even moving into the end of that game, Bepic, but it was Eagen who in the final seconds really controlled the effort.
I mean, it's difficult to come back from being 3 goals down, like Shorian Esports did, and it's even more difficult, I think, to collect yourself after losing a 3-goal lead that late-ish in a game, and then end up winning in overtime like Eagen did. So both teams showing a little bit of might, but only one team could have won game 1, and it was Eagen. Clutch in OT, but we move to a fresh scoreboard, a fresh 5 minutes, and it's Eagen again off kickoff trying to start us off.
I like it. You know, why pump the brakes here? We're just getting started if you're watching Eagen. And I've got to say, so far, my eyes are on Fresh Mode. They completely took me by surprise, hearing that they were the substitute, and then popping off with a double tap. Trying to make matters better for themselves on the defensive end here, but on low boost, it's not looking super secure. Save there for Opto will hold them back for a moment longer, but Darginho with their target to the back line. Save from Flo pops it back out again, and Relic off the corner, the boost steal, the demo. It's doing so much work, but can they put the final put back on? Not quite.
Defensive stand, Eagen doing it on both sides of the ball, but Shorian Esports going to continue this onslaught, but Flo bobs and weaves through 2 incoming offensive players and then goes the other way, causes chaos, and sets up Opto for a shot saved by Darginho. What a sequence on both sides of the ball. Neither defense relenting in the first minute despite a flurry of quality looks.
I mean, both defenses were sort of shocked, awakened in game number 1 by all of the quality goals we have seen. So both teams understand big saves are going to be necessary to keep this game in control for yourself. And that's what we're seeing now. The defenses are rising to the occasion, understanding what needs to be put down to the table. and serving it up in a splendor fashion. It's given us an equal game here, 2 minutes into game number 2, which is not what I would have expected out of the 9-goal game 1 we just saw.
Such as Rocket League, I suppose, and it's not for lack of trying on either side either. That shot nicely saved by Flo. Getting back on the goal line in proper rotation and fresh mode, combining for a shot on target. Just took the ball like a baton being passed from their captain, at least in this show match, and fired a perfect ball far side that Inferno just narrowly could not get to. 1-0 Eagen.
And how many shots did we see next to the goal line that were saved and saved again? It's actually the presence in the midfield that can conjure up big moments, and maybe you can even catch them guard on the kickoff as well. 2 up for Eagen.
All right, and after about half a game of scoreless Rocket League, now the teams can't stop scoring again. At least Eagen can't stop scoring off the back of that one counterattack. They get a style point, I suppose, and now Shorian Esports down a couple of goals again. We'll see what they can do about it.
Well, Darkinho once again with the target at the back of the net. This player has been clinical in the shot taking, and finally a goal here. Bepic is going to show for that.
And that is what they can do about it. That was easy enough. What a place ball from Darkinho, stepping up and just taking the smaller gap of the two sides of the net in between Flo and the near side. It was a difficult shot, but perfectly placed ball. That's that lead in half, and now to see what Eagen do about it off kickoff. They're relatively going to allow.
Nice touch there from Opto. Gonna give time to reset the defense here for Eagen. Big dunk there from Darkinho. This is a player who I don't think has found the brake pedal quite yet today. Always headstrong into ball, into the action. That time missing their chance on the challenge, and Inferno with the patient play ends up being the one to follow it up. Darkinho around the bend. Relic hoping to get this more infield than stuck in the corner, and they'll do exactly that, forcing the mistake on the backboard from Shorian for the equalizer.
That's the benefit of never hitting the brake pedal. I mean, that counter from Shorian Esports was so quick. I mean, that's a ball that Flo needs to be hitting out to the side or just hitting in general, but you can't really blame him for missing in that position. Shorian forcing a defensive mistake, as Eagen has done to them a couple of times, and we continue the ebb and flow of our nightcap, which continues to deliver. 2 minutes left, we're tied up again, and Fresh Mode's trying to change that, but couldn't put that ball on target.
Almost saw a reflection. Game number 1 there. Double taps almighty in this series from Fresh Mode, but they'll have to start from 0 once again as they boost up from their corner. Dip off from Opto into Fresh Mode's hands and gets a great pinch on the backboard. Actually, that's a free ball if Eagen is ready to dive at it, but I don't think the trust or the expectation was there for the pass to come there in perfect position. Flo, though, working the corner, has a teammate of Fresh Mode to drop that right down on the baseline, but you can tell that the third of Eagen is reluctant to dive in for the shot. They'd rather play a more patient game, break down their opponents as the game goes, and maybe, just maybe, find a break loose moment like this.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, Eagen's gonna be happy about that, I'm sure. That's gotta be the cause of a couple chuckles, I feel like, on either side. Like, Shorian Esports, I'm sure frustrated a little bit, but
yeah,
hopefully they can laugh that off. It's a rough one for Darkinho, who has been phenomenal in this series. Just a little bit of a lapse right there.
And it's about capitalizing on mistakes here.
Yeah.
I mean, the last goal that Shorian had was a backboard miss from Eagen. So, you know, which team is going to stick together until we see triple zeros on the clock? That feels like the answer to that question is going to be the team wins this game. Certainly an advantage to Eagen as they're up 1 in this game, but that means there's 30 seconds for Shorian Esports to fire on the Jets.
Nice center ball. We'll see who wins the race to it. Opto and Darkinho both up for it. Well, last player back, keeping control, and that is a bit of confidence shown right there out in front of your net. Get back to that ball. Don't get that far out from your car in the first place. But Eagen defending their 1-goal lead very nicely. Chance to add to it. Relic makes a tough save. Will keep things alive for Shorian Esports. Late in this one, but Opto going to dash the dreams of a comeback, I fear. As Eagen High School take a 2-goal lead with 4 seconds left. I think it's safe to say they're looking at the 2-0 series lead.
I think it's safe to say as well. 2-0 indeed for Eagen, and that came off a backboard pass, which is what Shorian Esports were trying to do on their last possession for the 3rd goal. Unfortunately, that offensive rotation was not as tight as it needed to be. The risks that had to be taken, the positioning and the boost grabs, they just weren't there. And it feels like Bepic, when you're in those tight moments at the end of the game, everything's got to line up. That just didn't happen for Shorian at the end of game 2.
Nope, not quite. And to their benefit, I've had 2 instances of this tonight where the team going up 2-0 in the series ended up losing their series in Game 7. And it didn't happen in the last series. It was a 4-1 for Grand Forks Central. But the first 2 series tonight followed that pattern. So that's the only bit of optimism I have for Shorian Esports right now. Although I've got a second one. They're right there with Eagen. I mean, these are close games.
They are.
Eagen's just narrowly getting the best of them at the end of the game, whether that be in overtime or right there with about a minute left. So going forward, a couple more bounces go their way. Shorian Esports is in this, but Eagen now have a really good opportunity to get this series over and done with really quickly if they can keep up their level of play.
Hey, we'll try our best to keep up, because at some points in this series, goal after goal, it can get a little tough. These high school players, they actually know how to shoot. Bepic, this is part of the reason I really wanted to drop in and get a fresh look at what the high school scene is today, because it never ceases to amaze. And I hope that I continue to be amazed. I hope the development of these teams across this series continues. And we may see a continued series for a long span of time if we see more out of this from Shorian.
These high schoolers, they get better every single year. And I was talking to Coach, the coach of Shorian Esports, and he was telling me that these guys, I mean, Inferno and Darquino, Relic doesn't have a chance at the high school state championship, but they've got their sights set on the Michigan Rocket League state championship this season, which is why they wanted to play tonight. Start getting reps in very early on, and they're down 2-0 to Eagen right now, but these are the types of comebacks you have to make if you are going to find yourself a state champion at the end of a season. And a defensive stand being made right now, a pair of big blocks now converted into a counterattack with Octo awkward. That's an open net. Relic puts it in. It's 2-0 Shorian Esports.
So glad there was someone to follow this play in Relic, because yes, to make those saves is a tremendous effort, but get the punishment, right? Follow up on the play and make sure you've got that next goal secured, because look at how awkward Opto was. Look at the cowardly position you got your opponents in. It's a great play, I think, from Shorian end to end.
Speaking of, another one here from Eagen. End to end, Flo gets it out, dunks it. I think Fresh threw off the defender right there. Just enough to miss that sidewall read. And then Flo hit the shot he had to. Went far side with the ball, and the defender moving in towards him. Full momentum. That's what you have to do right there. And again, it's capitalizing on mistakes. That miss that Eagen may or may not have forced, they capitalized on. 2-1.
I don't know about you, Bepic, but from what I've seen, it does feel like this game is going to come down to the defense of Shorian.
Yeah.
And whether or not they can keep things together, because one thing we know is from Fresh Mode and now from Flow, these shots aren't going to miss. The quality of shot taking from Eagen is not going to worsen over this series. It may see its lapses, and that's fine. Shorian will get their breaks, but for the most part, they have to keep their defense in lockstep. Otherwise, this 2 goals that Eagen just got on Shorian is going to flurry into more.
I'm with you. They've shown they can make big defensive stands, but can they do it consistently? That's the big thing. That's a nice pass out. Should give Relic a little bit of space with 100 proof in hand, but couldn't corral it through the corner as Flo corralled it a bit too much right there. Heavy pass out to the side. Fresh Mode is more than happy to see that. They turn in a go-ahead goal just kind of out of nowhere as the defense was tossed into chaos.
It's that criticality on defense that I'm talking about. And again, we've had these moments where it's looking a little shaken. But listen, 3 minutes left in this game. There's ample time to turn this around. And if you want to do that on offense by equalizing here, you absolutely can. Relic's going to give it a shot with the double tap, by the way. Inferno on the follow just underneath the ball. And look at how quickly the turn occurs. Fresh mode, backboard, not quite there.
Still strict, fast, and nearly lethal counterattack. Fresh mode was one half a step slow to putting that in for a fourth. This might be a fourth regardless. Fresh mode capitalizes on an empty backboard, and Eagen have a 2-goal lead now with less than half a game left to play, which I wouldn't say is completely safe, but now they've been playing, it's getting close to as such.
And listen, when you have Flo pre-jumping on that play, yeah, Inferno, you could jump up and put a car up in the way. I think you're better off putting a prayer up, my friend. Eagen High School is starting to look devilish on this field, and that is not a good sign for Shorian. However, this passing play across the field certainly was. Unfortunately for them, couldn't find the shot on target.
That one is fresh mode though, back for it. 50 boost in hand. We'll get to that one as well, but Relic 50-50 win it handily enough actually to give Flo the ball, unfortunately for Shorian Esports, and Flo sticking with it, getting a little crafty there with the sidewall read. I think Eagen gaining in confidence is starting to show that a little bit with the kind of stylish plays they're going for, the pre-jumps, the keen redirections off the sidewall, and well, 2-goal lead. They're safe to do that for now, but here comes Shorian Esports to try and do something about it, and even that taken away by Flo.
And here's another issue for Shorian that we're seeing creep up again on that turnaround for Eagen High School. They don't have boosts. Both of the defenders rotating back are on 0. And if you get any good flick play, passing play happen on transition for Eagen High School, you are dusted. Boost management is going to be huge, especially on transition here for Shorian, including a moment like this. Marquinhos, though, in that position, able to grab that corner boost. And Relic, can we get the turnaround? Here we go. Drops it down to the midfield. Marquinhos, full boost, although it was already at 75 or so. And Opto hanging out in the play. Flo, flick on target, top corner. You can't get more perfect than it.
Flo has got his shooting boots on tonight with Opto, I don't know, some kind of synchronized swimming sort of move right there, unfazing him. Flo just nailed the top right corner of the Shorian Esports net. A minute left, and Eagen have taken over.
This is insane. Let's see more of it. It's one of those things that baffles you, but you want to feel bewildered again. 40 seconds for Eagen to make matters worse for Shorian Esports. That's certainly what it feels like. However, Marquinhos looks for their teammate on a passing play. It is cut off. Double demolition, collateral damage onto Shorian Esports, and matters have indeed been made worse.
I mean, the first 2 games, extremely close affairs, but here Eagen has run away with things with a good chunk of time left on the clock, and it's looking like Shorian Esports is going to have to reverse sweep, and no one ever wants to have to do that in a best-of-7 format, especially not against an Eagen team that looks so hot right now, not just individually, but playing around each other as well. They're fielding passes well. They're just on the same page, it feels like, in most cases. And now, with Opto dominating that 50-50, it's going to take this game to bed and maybe add one more here if Eagen wants it. If they don't, they'll be satisfied with 6 and move into game 4.
I think what's most impressive to me here is you mentioned the synergy that we're seeing out of Eagen. They're not just individually talented players, but as a team, they're impressive as well. And I agree to an extent because they're able to do this with fresh mode, with the substitute on the roster. This, to me, speaks to the game sense, the individual skill that is brought to these players that, do play 3v3 ranked and do play with other players and have to find their role on a team. Obviously, they're calming. Obviously, they're teaming up in an extraordinary fashion. We love that. Flo popping in with the follow on the stream. Let's go, Flo. We love to see that. The synergy is everywhere, Bepic.
It is, and I mean, you drop a hat trick in a game. I think it's okay if you pop out of the client for a moment to drop a follow to a streamer that's casting you. I like that flow. That's one of your best plays all night. And yeah, I agree. I think the game sense is up there. There's probably a reason. I hadn't heard of Eagen before tonight, Pyro, but you hopping in and being like, you know, being around the high school scene, I definitely recognize the Eagen name. I'm starting to see why. Yeah, they're pretty good at this Rocket League game, and they're showing it here, and they'll continue to show it, I'm sure, going into Game 4, because they have been styling at points against a very, very good Shorian Esports team.
And that's the sense you get about the series, that it's not quite done. Yes, that was an overblown characterization of what we've ever seen from Eagen. Again, this is with fresh mode. Yet in the back of your mind, you know what Shorian's capable of, and especially if they get started early, the series could get a little interesting.
I don't know how calculated that was, but that was the perfectly placed ball from Darkino. That, like, so much pace on it, and it went far side where Flo couldn't catch up. Shorian Esports, a great start to Game 4. Hey, if they're going to kick off a reverse sweep journey, that is the way to do it.
And they either need goals to come in as quickly as that, or they need the defense to shape up this time around. They cannot concede 6 goals. It's just as clear as that. So although they have the ball on the blue side, and that is certainly good, take down on the possession time from your opponents of Eagen, I need to see some saves from this team, and I need to see some turnarounds. Darkinho, a second goal.
All right. He's finding shots from out of nowhere. That one just pops off the ceiling and is in a perfect spot to turn in an open net. And hey, shout out to ML Esports GG for the raid. Guys, thank you so much for popping over. Shout out for the raid. I hope the stream went well. I've loved me some MLE back in the day. Happy to see you popping in for the final show match of the night. Eagen in a handy lead overall in the best of 7 over Shorian Esports, but a 2-0 game lead for Shorian is a pretty decent start for a reverse sweep comeback. Myself and Pyro J casting tonight, and it's Eagen trying to make a comeback. My word, that was close.
That was indeed close, and you know the game is going to get close. That goal may have not gone in for Eagen, but we know one is forthcoming. Opto off the backboard. The follow is coming in from Flo and Opto. We're touching on each other's toes, but fresh mode puts an end to it.
And you called it. You felt like it was coming. I mean, with how spaced out Shorian Esports was in defense, they're all clumped in the corner, and they've got boosts, but there's no one home. A counterattack just crushed them, sent them into splinterines there. Now they're still up a goal, but Eagen have momentum, and that has been the scariest prospect in this entire series. That's a great bump, and Relic can turn that ball away, maybe into some kind of possession for Shorian Esports. Get one back, show Eagen that they can answer here, but moving back the other way, Eagen looking to establish themselves once again in that orange zone.
Darkinho. A little pestered there. Had to utilize their boost for reasons I don't think they really wanted. They will manage a save there. The boost steals. I mean, they're going to be so vital here for Eagen to keep Shorian back on their own line. This one a good setup for a shot taker of Opto, and that will fly in. I hate to say it, Bepic, but if Shorian didn't touch this, it might have posted out.
It's a tough equalizer to give up. Relic's diving in, trying. You have to respect that. I feel like, yes, that I think was going out. Relic's got to try and make a play on it, and unfortunately, in the split decision moment, he makes the wrong decision. But 2-2, still tied. Eagen have only gotten a little bit of the way back in this game. They still need the lead. Shorian Esports still have that to work with. They've still got Relic to work with. He had a passing option in Darkinho. Inferno, be careful! Oh no! He just botched that transition, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a little effort to be cheeky here. Was to say, okay, I can coordinate the turn. No, wait. And it's too late. I feel like we've all kind of been there, but let's characterize it in the sense of the series, right? They're under a lot of pressure right now. They have to reverse sweep, and mistakes like that, as we draw down closer to triple zeros on the clock, you can't make them. So that's maybe the last mistake that Shorian Esports can really, in fairness, make here if they want to turn this series around.
Pop ball mid is going to give Darkinho a chance to shoot. A cheeky little shot from that position. Well done just to get it there, but the defense was prepared, as he can have been since those first 2 goals went in. And now on the other side of things, they're trying to get insurance themselves. But Inferno from the sidewall for Relic, trying to flip the field back. Be successful in at least getting the ball to that midfield line, but Eagen are starting to pump the gas a little bit. Opto zipping to the back wall of Shorian Esports, although the defense prevails, and Relic is out on a double tap opportunity.
That's a tough look, because there's 2 defenders there. You assume that one of them will get a touch, but as soon as they don't, it's like, wait, I can get this double tap and then hold on. Darkinho can actually score this equalizer. Chances coming about for Shorian Esports, and they're capitalizing.
Hey, Opto crept out on the near side, and you talk about it. It's a game of mistakes at the moment. Shorian Esports, unfortunately for them, been on the wrong side of a few too many, but Eagen gonna give him away back in this one, which is a slight mispositioning there by Opto. So we're gonna try to get it back by way of Flow, 100 boost in hand. Shut that down, unfortunately, right at Opto. So Shorian Esports fight for the ball back. They do vehemently fight for it back. They got possession now, but Freshmo's trying to take it all away.
Right now, the series could be taken away by Eagen, but they have to have someone on the other side of the field. We haven't seen many goals like this, honestly, Bepic. Where Shorian, they're just handed to it in an empty half. They'll certainly take this.
Yeah, Flo dove in as the 3rd man there. I think he thought he had a wider window to attack than he actually did, and that was great punishment by Shorian Esports. Now a lead in the final minute. Let's see what Eagen can do in the clutch time.
It is clutch time. The lights are brightest right now. Then that's a shot you gotta put on. Flow missing their target, but Fresh Mode setting them up again. Save your medal on the side of Shorian Esports as they continue to block it away and away. Inferno having trouble with these tight turns on the ball. That time on offense, the last on defense. Keeping the control on the other side of the pitch. Flow on 0 boost. Does get a touch out, but Darkinho's got the follows. 1 touch after the second gives all the ample time in the measures. Shorian Esports to hold this lead just 15 seconds more, and they survive in this series. Psycho attempt from Fresh Mode. Redirect finds its way to the midfield. Darkinho shot towards the net. Flow out to the outside. This is going to be the last chance for Eagen to force an overtime and finish this here in a sweep. Ball's crept up towards the sky, but dives down to the ground. Shorian earned their first win in the series.
All right. And, I mean, a couple of those other games to start off this series, I think, could have gone either way. So Shorian is finally getting on the board. Maybe too late. We'll see if they can keep this going. But that was a great game of punishing openings on the Eagen side. The little mistakes that gave Shorian maybe an extra 50-50 that was a little bit more favorable, that turned into an open net eventually. Or, I mean, obviously the open net they had to go up by one there at the end of the game is an obvious one to point at. But the resilience as well in defense. And they gave up 3 goals. That's the best mark of the game defensively, or the series rather, for Shorian Esports, that 3 mark. So that continues. Hey, maybe there's something there, but they got to keep the offense going.
Absolutely. The offense is going, like you said, a lot of punished mistakes there. The saves came up too. They had 4 saves on 8 shots there from Eagen, and so that's a great display, especially better than the 6 goals they conceded in one game. They just can't replicate that effort. As the defense is fortified in this series, we may have to see the shot quality improve, or the mistakes continue to come about. Again, you mentioned the open net goal that Shorian had as their final goal. Remember their first one. That was just a pinch across the field that just ended up in.
That's
so
true.
We'll see what kind of goals Shorian end up with in game 5.
It's difficult to replicate the goals that they did score in that last game. But all right, it's your time to shine. You've given yourself a little bit more life Shorian Esports. What can you do with it? That's a ball up the corner that Flow should be able to control, but going to nab some boost there. Make it a little bit more difficult for the defensive rotations of Eagen if they do have to retreat back into them, but good midfield control has set up the Eagen offense for a little bit longer stay in the orange end that Darkino will bring to a close.
Exit found here for Eagen. Freshman little boost out to Opto, and the whiff makes for a shot opportunity for Flo. He said that's not how I expected to find the shot, but I'll certainly take it. I like a little boost. That is a dangerous ball to put in the middle in front of his net. Managed to not offer a free look for Eagen, but here they come clamoring back. Inferno gives the ball way to Flo. It's caught and it's stuck in this corner. Who is going to end up winning out? Fresh Mode in position to shoot, but the clear finds its way over his head.
To a school position here for Relic. He'll go near side. Slam the ball off the back wall. There's no one there to follow it up. For Shorian Esports, Fresh Mode followed up that defensive stand with a nice shot on target that I don't know how Darkino barely got a piece of, guarding that near side perfectly. Jumping up to cover the high ball and the low ball at the same time. Well done. If they tie it at 0 apiece, but we can really have had the bulk of the possession so far with Shorian Sports having to operate in counterattack mode for the most part.
Well, we mentioned the defenses would fortify, and whether it is on that counterattack or a longer possession, they are getting better. Mistakes are few and far between, but when the lights are the brightest here on the Mr. Bepic show, and you are still with your back against the wall of Shorian, where one game against you can close it out, you keep those mistakes away. Can you wipe the sweat off your hands while you're not on the ball and then get back to it? We'll have to see as we get to that halfway mark.
Put in a tough spot. Darkino's going to help a little bit with that, demoing Opto, but it still results in a flow shot that clangs off the post and stays out. It will remain scoreless just past the halfway point of Game 5. Eagen tried to change that, but have been denied just by inches in a couple of instances. There's another chance. Opto shooting right on target, but Inferno gets back in the nick of time. And now Darkino has to do it, and they can't. Fresh Mode finishes the play, top left, Eagen leads.
Love this from Eagen. It feels like they started that out of truly nothing. Opto had free space in the midfield. You could have controlled the ball, but they decided to dart it straight at the net. Unexpected as ever. All you need after that is Flo to get a good beat off the sideball and then the dunk, and you got yourself a goal. Eagen really creating stellar moments out of seemingly nothing.
So, clean win, Relic's awkward, but somehow the defense gets that ball away. It's still in a poor spot, hanging at the top of that orange box. Flo will corral it out to the side, pinch it back mid for Opto, and no one's home here for Shorian. They will get back, arriving through the back door at the last second. Relic credited with the save, but they are still under the gun. Relic, again, on the goal line, coming up clutch, and I don't know how, it's still 1-0.
Well, they needed to stop there, and it wasn't going to be off of everyone diving at the same ball, but yeah, I'm with you, Bepic. Somehow they got out. They'll have to do it again. Opto from the midfield to redirect towards the net. Fresh Mode reading that clear and finding its way towards the side wall. Darkino is going to be under this ball for the shot. Opposite side. Flo dives in for the save. Picks up corner boost as well. What's the control on the aerial going to be like? It's good for a few touches. To the other side of the field. Fresh Mode already up for this since yesterday. Not enough boost to get the double tap. The follow from Opto off the crossbar and Flo. There's no reason to commit to that play. You're up 1 with a minute remaining. Now you got to play defense.
And play defense, Opto will. Having to make up for an incidental double commit by his two teammates. Does well to make up for it. Fresh Mode. Corner read will set up Opto for a shot that he can choose to go for if he likes, but not a let to do so. So it's clear for Shorian Esports. Down to their last couple of breaths in this series. With 30 seconds left, they're still down a single goal.
Eagen off a substitute. Can they still put up numbers? Yes! And we can confirm this ain't no sub Bepic. This is Fresh Mode.
Yeah, Fresh Mode's been solid. As a substitute, as slotted in perfectly, you wouldn't even know if you had just been watching this series without any background information. And, I mean, Relic, the technical substitute from a different school, Linden alum, and, well, Inferno, the true Shorian Esport player, is going to make this a little bit more interesting. We thought it was over, but that just goes in.
Flo's gonna be looking back at that one, saying, didn't really expect that to happen. Well, have you caused a ripple of an effect here? Have you allowed Shorian to now come back in this series? Flo making a better stop this time around, all the way to the sidewall, looking for a pinch, but not quite getting it. Now Opto up towards the ball, looking for the ground. Fresh Mode gets there. Eagen crossed the finish line, and they win game 5, and the best of 7 is a total.
And GG's all around. Eagen, I mean, they looked consistently just a little bit better than Shorian Esports, who hung around, but those intense defensive stands and the cross-pitch pinches that go in could only get you so far, unfortunately. And Eagen, I mean, 4-1, they strutted their stuff in that series, Pyro. They were putting in some bangers.
And we had the question from chat, is he Beast Mode's little brother? Well, Fresh Mode just told us in the chat, I am Beast Mode's little brother. So, there you have it, confirmed in the game chat. Now you know, guys, now you know. Eagen, an impressive effort. I think he characterized it well, Bepic. Some of the goals from Shorian were kind of, oh, how did that happen? And at the same time, you know, Eagen, they got some gimmies off some mistakes from Shorian, but you've got to characterize mistakes as either true errors or forced mistakes. And what we saw from Eagen was unlimited pressure today. This team knows how to keep a possession live and break you down and boost steal and get a double demo for a goal if they have to. Really impressive, cohesive effort out of Eagen tonight.
Well, they get the dub on the High School Showcase's 2nd edition. As we're starting to get back into the fall season, we'll see how many dubs they catch in the regular season of state play. Looking forward to watching what they can do. Both teams can do. I don't know what it is about like Michigan, Minnesota, Illinois. It's just a treasure trove of good Rocket League talent. But that is the end of the High School Showcase. I'm going to toss a raid someone else's way, so make sure you stick around just a little bit longer to support another streamer. But Pyro, thanks for joining me for our final match tonight.
Of course, man. I think what you're doing here is exceptional. Like, these players need as much experience as they can get, and getting it in front of an audience against really tough teams is the best thing they could ask for. So, big shout out in the chat for Mr. Bepic. If you haven't thanked this guy already, please thank him and give him the attention that he deserves. And Bepic, is just a pleasure to be next to you, casting the action. Thanks a bunch, man.
Of course. And GG's. I see that Linden Coach flows in chat. GG's all around. I hope that was fun, guys, to watch and to play. But that'll do it for this High School Showcase. Make sure you tune in Tuesday night for Tuesday Night Lights, the collegiate version of our High School show matches. We got some bangers coming up that evening. It's going to be a good one. I won't leak anything just yet. But stay tuned. Follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter, follow Mr. Pyro J on Twitch and Twitter. He streams more than I do, so go check him out. Shout out to Pyro J for joining me, and all of you for watching. Thank you so much. I'm going to raid Comp just right now, so go say hello to him for me. I'm popping that raid the other way. I'll catch you all later. Bye.